Chapter 805. After receiving the bronze plate for his room from the disciple who was in charge of arrangements, the senior brother led Lu Feng straight to his room. On the way, Lu Feng didn't stay idle. After all, the main reason why he came here for a month was because he hoped to obtain some information about this world. While chatting with this senior brother of his, Lu Feng also learned a lot more. This senior brother was called Lin Yu. He was a child from a poor family in the Great Han Empire. He came here half a year ago and entered the immortal sect. Now, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the advanced warrior realm. In Lu Feng's perception, this was indeed the case. However, just as he thought, although Lin Yu had already reached the peak of the advanced warrior realm, it was impossible for him to break through. This was already his limit, wasn't it? Gradually, Lu Feng learned a lot of things from him. I didn't expect the cultivation system to be like this. According to the division of ranks, it's actually more or less the same. The only difference is the name. In this immortal demon world, the cultivation system's ranks were almost the same as the primal universes. Of course, this almost the same referred to the previous ranks. According to Lin Yu, the cultivation realm at the very beginning was called the mortal body realm. This was also the legendary 3 mortal realms. There were a total of 3 realms. These 3 realms corresponded to the beginner warrior, intermediate warrior, and advanced warrior. Above the 3 mortal realms was the beginning of the strong. It was the 3 mortal exuvia realms. The 3 mortal exuvia realms is the beginning of the strong. It is the most important process to enter the immortal realm. It removes all the habits of a mortal and lays a solid foundation for becoming an immortal. The 3 mortal exuvia realms are the heaven and earth realms, the lead cleansing realm, and the essence manifesting realm. That outer sect elder just now is a super strong person among the 3 levels of exuvia. He is a super strong person. Such an existence was one of the few experts in the entire Great Han Empire. He even has the possibility of becoming a royal general. Lu Feng nodded lightly. He was well aware of the power of a perfect stage warrior. Moreover, this perfect phase warrior was even at the peak genius level. His power was absolutely terrifying. If he went all out, then he could definitely become a real fierce war machine. Therefore, it was completely reasonable for him to have a status in the Great Han Empire. After the 3 stages of exuvia are the 3 stages of tribulation transcendence. The 3 stages of tribulation transcendence are the 3 major tribulations: the fire tribulation of the physical body, the wind tribulation of the primordial spirit, and the water tribulation of the will. The 3 great tribulations didn't descend together. Instead, they appeared separately. The appearance of each calamity represented the arrival of a kind of horror. So many senior disciples, under the cultivation of the sect's resources, could easily enter the 3 stages of tribulation passing. However, only a few of them were able to pass through the 3 tribulations and become immortals. At this point, a trace of sadness appeared on Lin Yu's face, followed by countless sighs. However, he did not notice the slightly strange expression on Lu Feng's face. Then, the false immortal is an immortal? In fact, Lu Feng had already guessed that the 3 stages of tribulation transcendence were equivalent to the first 3 stages of demigod. As for the last stage, the false immortal was called false because he had not become an immortal yet. This was equivalent to Lu Feng's true stage, which was the 4th stage of demigod. In this stage, he only needed to cultivate quietly. After condensing the godhead, he could soar into the sky and become an immortal. The word false was removed. As expected, Lin Yu continued to speak. The false immortal is not a real immortal. It can only be considered as a pseudo-immortal, sub-immortal, and half-immortal. Although it is only a little bit away from becoming a real immortal, this little bit is a terrifying gap. There are only a few people in the universe who can successfully cross this gap. At this point, a trace of sadness flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Above the false immortal is the immortal. My knowledge of the immortal realm is extremely limited. I only know that after the false immortal is the immortal, and above the immortal is the true immortal. Above that is the heaven immortal. The heaven immortal should not be the peak of existence. In the legends that I have heard, there is an even more terrifying stage above the heaven immortal. However, that level of existence is not something that we can imagine. On this point, Lu Feng couldn't agree more. The heaven immortal should correspond to the heaven god realm, and the stage above the heaven immortal must be the virtual king. Lu Feng had witnessed the terror of the virtual king countless times. Such an existence was truly invincible in the primeval universe. It was a great terror that could suppress heaven and earth. Such an existence could easily sweep through the era. Even in this immortal devil era, the virtual king's existence was definitely at the peak of terror. Therefore, it was reasonable that he did not know. Of course, Lu Feng was already endlessly puzzled as to why Lin Yu knew so much. He said that he was a child from a poor family. But as a child from a commoner family, it was already not bad that he knew about the three mortal realms. Even if he had stayed in this immortal sect for half a year, he would at most know about the three mortal exuvia realms. But he actually knew about the existence of the heaven immortal, and even knew that there was an even more terrifying stage above the heaven immortal. This explained a lot of things. However, Lu Feng did not ask anything at this moment. He only pretended to be deep in thought and kept nodding. Soon, the two of them arrived at Lu Feng's room. Looking at the magnificent and incomparably luxurious room, Lu Feng was slightly taken aback. Seeing Lu Feng's expression, Lin Yu smiled gently. "Are you shocked by the extravagance of this place?" Lu Feng nodded gently. He was really shocked. The things that appeared in front of him were not the treatment that an outer sect disciple should enjoy. Lu Feng was not an ordinary person who did not know much. He had seen a lot of things, and it was very terrifying. So with just one look, Lu Feng recognized many things. There were many godly items here, many of which were far beyond the 4th grade. Here, Lu Feng even saw the decorations of the 6th grade godly items. 6th grade godly items in the primal universe were things that ordinary perfect stage martial artists would go crazy for. But here, they were just used as decorations. This really shocked Lu Feng. After all, this was only the room of an ordinary outer sect disciple. Lu Feng really could not imagine how luxurious and terrifying it would be if it was the residence of those inner sect disciples, those core disciples, or even the elders of the main sect. I really did not expect the immortal sect to be so powerful. Even the environment of an outer sect disciple's residence is like this. Terrifying, it's really incomparably terrifying. Hearing this, Lin Yu only smiled and shook his head. Although I don't know the reason, I understand that there is nothing absolutely cheap in this world. To let you enjoy, you naturally have to pay the same price. Lu Feng couldn't agree more with these words. If he was just a casual person, if he did not know the real situation here, then perhaps Lu Feng would not say anything. However, Lu Feng, who had already understood everything, understood that Lin Yu was not wrong at all, letting those ordinary disciples enjoy such luxurious treatment. What was demanded of them was the lives of these disciples. Lu Feng was silent for a moment, then he finally looked at Lin Yu. "Thank you, senior brother. In the future, I'll have to rely on senior brother to take care of me." Hearing this, Lin Yu slightly opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. Silence, a moment of silence. Lin Yu raised his head and looked at Lu Feng's smiling face. In the end, he still hesitated and opened his mouth to speak. Junior brother Lu Feng, actually, after a pause, he continued, "Actually, our test is the test of aptitude. You don't have to take the test. Aptitude is not something that can be easily changed. Even those heaven-defying kings, emperors, and even the legendary emperor-level disciples cannot easily change their aptitude. Those who can continuously transform their aptitude are existences that have heaven-defying fortuitous encounters, or were born this way. It's better for ordinary people to behave themselves." Hearing this, Lu Feng only smiled and nodded. But at this moment, a strange feeling appeared in his heart. When he saw this expression, he thought of the complicated expression in Lin Yu's eyes when he first saw him. Lu Feng knew that senior brother Lin Yu must have known something, although he might not know as clearly as he did. In general, he had already guessed something. Lu Feng nodded inwardly as he listened to his intermittent words, as if he was trying to explain something. Lu Feng was not a kind person. Those people had nothing to do with him. So strictly speaking, their life and death had nothing to do with him. But at this moment, Lu Feng had already made up his mind. No matter what, he would protect this Lin Yu, although his life, essence, and spirit had already been sacrificed. But this was nothing to Lu Feng. Don't forget that in addition to being the current emperor, he was also a freak on the path of alchemy. A truly peerless freak. Having comprehended 6 parts of the Alchemy Sutra, it could be said that his accumulation of knowledge on the path of alchemy was truly unparalleled. He only needed to refine a few pills to replenish his lifespan and a few pills to replenish his essence, energy, and spirit. This was really nothing to him. Of course, this was also because there were many divine items in this space, so they were not that rare. Moreover, Lin Yu's level was very low, so refining life-replenishing elixirs for him was not that difficult. Therefore, Lu Feng did not think it was a big deal. If he was asked to refine an elixir that could replenish the lifespan of a deity, then Lu Feng really had no other way. After all, the level of this type of elixir was too high for him to refine. Moreover, an elixir that could replenish the lifespan of a deity or an immortal would definitely require a divine item that was above the 7th grade. A 7th grade divine item was nothing, but a 7th grade divine item related to lifespan was extremely precious. It would not be easy for him to obtain it with his current ability. Looking at Lin Yu, who hesitated for a long time and finally finished speaking, Lu Feng smiled and nodded. I will remember senior brother's reminder. I will definitely remember it in the future. That's for the aptitude test. Unless I have really undergone some kind of transformation, I will not take the test. After hearing Lu Feng's promise, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng was even more certain that Lin Yu must have known something. All right, I've already explained everything that I can to Junior Martial Brother. If you have any questions in the future, you can definitely come to me. After saying this, Lin Yu told Lu Feng the location of his room and finally turned to leave. Chapter 806. Looking at his departing figure, Lu Feng smiled gently and sat quietly on the bed. At this moment, he began to think about other things. According to what the pair of brothers said, there shouldn't be a lot of people left here. In terms of strength, there shouldn't be much left. But to be honest, the restrictions here are a problem. The existence of these restrictions is really a headache. There are many restrictions, and even Lu Feng would have a headache if he saw them. They said that this branch can be moved, and the level of this branch should be very high, or even very terrifying. It is because of this that there are so many terrifying restrictions here. In the beginning, when Lu Feng released his spirit consciousness, he had felt those terrifying restrictions. At that time, Lu Feng quickly withdrew his spirit consciousness, fearing that those strong people would feel it. But now, thinking about it, he had misunderstood. The restrictions here were terrifying, but the people here were not at all terrifying. It could even be said that they were very ordinary. They were just relying on the strength of this branch sect. To be on the safe side, I will slowly recover during this period of time, and at the same time, I will feel the surrounding environment. When a month's time is up, my power should be able to recover to a powerful level. If I make a move at that time, it will be a little safer. Thinking of this, Lu Feng closed his eyes and quietly immersed himself in his cultivation. Usually, there would be enough medicinal pills for his cultivation. Moreover, it was really enough. Of course, this was referring to people at his level. After all, some beginner and intermediate warriors did not need many pills for their cultivation. And this immortal sect also relied on these people to provide enough sacrificial power, so they were not stingy at all. As long as there was a need, they could provide enough. Looking at the dozens of pills in front of him, Lu Feng smiled gently. He casually picked up a pill and glanced at it. Then, he subconsciously nodded his head. The remnants of the primordial immortal devil era. After all, are the remnants of the primordial immortal devil era. The pills here are really powerful. No matter how you look at it, they're more than twice as powerful as the original universe. Although these were just some simple pills, anyone who understood alchemy would be able to see many things from these pills. As a freak on the path of alchemy, Lu Feng saw it even more clearly. He casually placed the pills beside him. Although he didn't need it, in order to not let others feel that something was amiss, he still went to collect the quota of medicinal pills at the designated time. Of course, Lu Feng did not fancy these medicinal pills. This kind of thing was useless to him. Basically, it could not increase his cultivation at all. Moreover, he had already begun to use the power of his soul. In his personal space, there were millions of high-grade pills. These pills were all 6th-grade pills. Any one of them would be 1,000,000 times better than the ones in front of him. Therefore, Lu Feng only put those medicinal pills to one side. During this 1 month, Lu Feng basically did not walk out of the door of his room. The impression he gave others was that Lu Feng was very, very hardworking. Of course, other people did not understand his situation. During this time, if Lu Feng wanted to know anything, he only needed to use his spirit consciousness. Now that he knew the situation here, Lu Feng was not as restrained as before when he used his spirit consciousness. Although it could not be said to be very presumptuous, Lu Feng often used his spirit consciousness to cover everything around him. During this 1 month, Lu Feng's recovery was very good. It could even be said that it had exceeded his expectations. According to Lu Feng's estimation, it would take about less than a month. At most, I should be able to recover in half a month. In half a month's time, Lu Feng was able to recover to an even more terrifying level. Although he did not know what happened during the time he was in a coma, Lu Feng knew that the benefits he had obtained were absolutely amazing. After he recovered, he would definitely have power comparable to a peak divine realm expert. Even now, he had reached a terrifying state. Now, once his power was fully activated, he could easily suppress a mid-level divine realm expert. Now, his strength was absolutely comparable to any high-level divine realm expert. During this 1 month, Lin Yu also came many times. During this time, he talked a lot with Lu Feng, and Lu Feng also learned some things about this world through him. Of course, Lu Feng also became more and more curious about Lin Yu. During this time, as he recovered, Lu Feng also felt more and more that Lin Yu was extraordinary. Of course, the so-called extraordinary did not mean that Lin Yu was a terrifying monster, but because Lu Feng could vaguely feel that there seemed to be an extremely powerful and terrifying power in Lin Yu's body. Of course, the existence of this power was not comparable to Lu Feng's existence. Even so, it was terrifying enough. This was because although Lu Feng's accumulation of power had not completely recovered to the peak level, there was an extremely terrifying power in his body. This was a fact that could not be erased. Relying on this power, Lin Yu could definitely become a deity, which was a true immortal level existence. However, for some reason, this power always existed in his body. It was always in a completely sealed state, so he could not use it at all. Logically speaking, an existence like Lin Yu should not be sacrificed here. However, he was really here. Moreover, he was the most ordinary disciple. At first, Lu Feng thought that Lin Yu deliberately did this because he had something important to do. However, after constantly beating around the bush, he finally confirmed that Lin Yu did not understand anything about his body at all. He did not even know anything about himself. However, this Lin Yu's knowledge was really strong. Of course, this strength was relative to his current so-called identity. Lin Yu knew a lot of things, and Lu Feng knew these things. Without a certain level, it was impossible to know. Lu Feng once asked Lin Yu why he knew these things, but the answer he got was that he did not know. It was as if he suddenly knew these things. If it was someone else who said this, Lu Feng would definitely not believe it. He would definitely think that they were just brushing him off. However, when it came from Lin Yu's mouth, Lu Feng believed it. Because Lu Feng was confident that even if Lin Yu really opened the seal and released all the power in his body to become an immortal, it was impossible to hide from Lu Feng. Soon, a month's time was over. A few days ago, the elder had already informed all the disciples to gather at the largest square today. It seemed that there was something very important to announce. Of course, Lu Feng knew about this. That was to send them to the main gate, and the purpose was naturally to refine all of them into human pills. Feeling that he had almost recovered these days, Lu Feng did not intend to stay any longer. Now that his strength had recovered to his current level, Lu Feng was strong enough. Although he still could not break the shackles of the forbidden domain of combat strength, with his strength of a high-level heaven immortal, he could go anywhere in the world. What a pity! In another half a month, I will be able to fully recover. By then, my combat strength will definitely be the strongest existence below the virtual king. The most important thing is that I can break the shackles and enter the true king's domain. The king's domain, the true king's domain, belong to the realm of a pinnacle, first-level universe supreme. By then, Lu Feng would not be afraid of anyone unless the true Overlord of the era made a move. However, this is not bad. After all, I have recovered most of my strength. It's time to leave this place and find a way to return to the original universe. After thinking it through, Lu Feng exhaled softly. He got down from the bed, pushed open the door, and walked directly toward the square. Junior brother Lu Feng, it's rare for you to come out today. Looking at Lu Feng's figure, Lin Yu went directly to Lu Feng's side to greet him. In the past month, Lin Yu and Lu Feng had developed a deep friendship, so when they met, Lin Yu naturally greeted Lu Feng. Hearing the voice, Lu Feng knew it was Lin Yu. After all, he had not stepped out of his room for a month. Other than Lin Yu, perhaps no one knew Lu Feng's name. Looking at Lin Yu, Lu Feng smiled faintly. "Senior brother Lin Yu, what's wrong? You don't look very well." Lu Feng could see that Lin Yu's complexion was not very good. It could even be said that he was in a very bad state. He seemed to have sensed something as well, and his expression turned slightly ugly. Hearing Lu Feng's words, Lin Yu could only force a smile. "It's nothing. Maybe it's because I've been busy cultivating these days and haven't had a good rest." Hearing this, Lu Feng didn't ask any more questions. He just nodded his head gently. Although Lin Yu had not said anything to him in the past month. However, after interacting with him for a month, Lu Feng could confirm one thing. That was, Lin Yu should have understood the nature of this upper immortal sect. He had always intentionally or unintentionally warned Lu Feng, hoping that Lu Feng would not test his aptitude. Naturally, Lu Feng understood this point. Although he did not care about the loss, Lu Feng was not a masochist. The first time was to cover up. In a situation where there was no need to cover up a second time, there would naturally be no second time. Very quickly, all of the disciples walked out and arrived at the square. They were quietly waiting for the arrival of the elder. Chapter 807. Many existences had gathered at the largest square. At this moment, more and more people had appeared. Lu Feng glanced around, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Beside him, Lin Yu also saw Lu Feng's expression. He smiled and asked, "You didn't expect there to be so many disciples in the upper immortal sect, right?" Lu Feng nodded and said, "I didn't expect it before. But thinking about it carefully, it's reasonable that there are so many people." In Lu Feng's eyes, the number of disciples gathered in the upper immortal sect had reached a terrifying number of 100,000. This was undoubtedly a shocking number. One had to know that this was a sub-school. A sub-school in the Great Han Empire actually had more than 100,000 disciples. Lu Feng was really a little shocked. However, after thinking about it for a while, he finally understood the situation. On that day, there were 200 disciples who entered the sect. According to this calculation, 100,000 disciples in a year is not a problem. Lin Yu nodded his head gently. Indeed, in a year, there are about 100,000 disciples who enter the upper immortal sect and become outer sect disciples. However, there are only 100,000 disciples here. Lu Feng heard the hesitation in his words and instantly thought of something. He wanted to ask something, but at this moment, the outer sect elder of the upper immortal sect had already appeared. His voice also sounded at this moment. Seeing that it was him, Lu Feng didn't say anything because at this moment, everyone around him was quiet. Raising his head and looking at the elder of the upper immortal sect, a meaningful smile appeared in Lu Feng's eyes. After quietly glancing around, the elder of the upper immortal sect flashed a kind of color that no one except Lu Feng could understand. However, this kind of expression disappeared after a moment. He looked at the many disciples, and after glancing around, he finally spoke slowly. This time, I'm afraid many of you don't know the reason why you are gathered here. He nodded gently. A few days ago, when the elder of the upper immortal sect gave the notice, they really didn't know the reason because it was the first time they encountered such a thing after being here for so long. At this moment, these people were all quietly listening. After looking around in a dignified manner, the elder of the supreme immortal sect said again, "Actually, I've gathered all of you here for a very important matter." When they heard the high immortal sect elder's slightly serious tone, those people who were not serious and were still quietly cultivating all raised their spirits and focused their attention on the high immortal sect elder. As everyone knows, in my immortal sect, the cultivation resources for the disciples are the most abundant. It can even be said to be terrifying. Here, as long as you need it, you can obtain countless resources. And until now, the sect has never asked for anything from you. Everyone nodded their heads gently as they looked at the elder of the upper immortal sect with burning eyes. They clearly knew that these words were definitely not a bluff. When cultivating in the immortal sects, as long as they needed medicinal pills for cultivation, they would have enough of them. Previously, many people had heard that in other sects, the existence of resources was definitely the key for all the disciples to compete for. If they wanted to obtain resources, they had to put in a lot of effort to reap the rewards. However, there was no such thing here at all. If you wanted resources here, as long as you needed them, the immortal sect would definitely provide you with an unlimited amount of them. At any time, in any sect, this was something that didn't exist. Looking at the gazes of the people around him, the elder of the immortal sect knew that his words had stirred up these people. He was very satisfied with these people's attitudes. When the discussion gradually died down, the elder from the high immortal sect opened his mouth to speak again. Although our immortal sect provides an unlimited amount of resources to everyone, the results are not very good. Too many people have died in the process of cultivation because they were too hasty. This is something that the sect doesn't want to see. Lu Feng chuckled, but his smile was filled with endless mockery. Now he finally understood everything. Just now, when he saw 100,000 people appear here, Lu Feng was indeed slightly stunned. But then, he finally understood. But after he understood, Lu Feng was confused again. He was really confused. This time, he wasn't confused because of the large number of people. On the contrary, he was confused because of the small number of people. Small number of people, it was indeed a small number of people. Because according to the calculation of the number of people, this place would recruit nearly 100,000 people a year. However, there were only 100,000 people here at the moment. Where did the people from before go? Of course, he had figured out now. Continuous sacrifice and continuous consumption of one's life force. Even a king can't withstand it. Moreover, these are just ordinary people. They can continuously sacrifice for a year without dying because of the effects of those elixirs. However, these elixirs are only elementary grade 4 and below. It is absolutely impossible for them to last for a long time. According to the elder of the immortal sect, he has been here for more than 20 years. In these 20 years, no matter what, they would have to recruit 2 million or so disciples. However, there are only 100,000 people here. Can't these people use their brains to think? Even if they were eager for quick success, the problem was that only 100,000 of the 2 million disciples were left. Even an idiot could think of this problem, but obviously, no one except Lin Yu had thought of it. Perhaps some people thought of it, but they didn't care at all. Before they had time to think about it, they were blinded by the so-called benefits of the immortal sect in front of them and forgot all the dangers. Glancing around and seeing the slightly heavy eyes of those people, the elder of the immortal sect smiled again. This time, I have gathered all of you here because of the sect's intention. In these years, too many of you have died. Although the main sect doesn't care about those elixirs, they care about the lives of their disciples. We have already reflected your situation to the main sect. Just a few days ago, the main sect issued a notice to gather all of you and send you to the main sect to secretly cultivate for a period of time. I hope to use this opportunity to let them be on the first level and also to eliminate the hidden dangers in your bodies. This will prevent the situation of us disciples dying for no reason from happening again. Sluggish. Everyone was incomparably sluggish. However, at the next moment, a sound that shook the heaven and earth suddenly resounded. Countless people cheered, and cheered to the point of boiling. As the disciples of the subsect, naturally, they were often told how powerful the main sect was. Originally, they thought that with their aptitude, it would be impossible for them to enter the main sect to study in their lifetime. However, now that they heard the words of the elder of the immortal sect, they knew that they actually had the opportunity to enter the immortal sect, enter the main sect. This made them. How could they not cheer and boil? Looking at the boiling crowd, the elder of the immortal sect was full of smiles, as if he was very kind. However, such a smile in the eyes of Lu Feng was full of a bloody taste. At this moment, Lu Feng's eyes gradually became cold. He knew that the number of people who had died had reached an astonishing 2 million. Plus, he didn't know. He was afraid that it was even more, so much that it was impossible to calculate. The people here were all from the human race, and they were all the same as Lu Feng. Although they may not belong to the human race in the same time and space, and they may not have the same ancestor of the human race, but the human race was still the human race. Lu Feng wasn't a saint, but when he saw this kind of thing, Lu Feng wanted to take care of it as long as he had the ability to do so. He wanted to make these people pay the price. Lu Feng turned his head and looked at the many excited disciples. However, he could not help but sigh. You, after all, are just the fate of ants. The voice was incomparably low, and in this noisy environment, it was impossible to hear anything. Of course, except for Lin Yu, who was beside Lu Feng. He clearly heard all the words of Lu Feng. Slightly stunned, looking at Lu Feng, Lin Yu's voice sounded at this moment. What's the matter, junior brother Lu Feng? Is there something wrong? This time, Lu Feng did not deliberately hide it. Instead, he looked directly at Lin Yu. Yes, there's a lot wrong. There are a lot of things wrong. When he heard this and saw the strange expression on Lu Feng's face, Lin Yu was really stunned. Although he and Lu Feng had not been together for a month, he believed that he knew a lot about Lu Feng. In the past, Lu Feng had completely matched the characteristics of a 20-year-old who had just arrived here. The only difference was that Lu Feng seemed to be exceptionally intelligent. However, the limit of his intelligence was also in line with everything that a person of his age should have. This time, when he saw Lu Feng, he felt that Lu Feng had changed. He had completely changed. The current Lu Feng was completely different from what he had shown in the past. Right now, he was like a wise man who had truly seen through everything. Lin Yu was in a daze. When Lu Feng saw his expression, he only smiled faintly. This smile was filled with an indescribable feeling. Lin Yu, I know that you must have understood something. You must have some real understanding of this high immortal sect, right? Lu Feng's words woke Lin Yu up from his slight shock. He looked at Lu Feng with an indescribably complicated expression. A moment later, as if he had thought of something, he suddenly turned around and looked around, as if trying to see if these people could hear their conversation. When he saw Lin Yu's cautious look, Lu Feng only smiled faintly. He looked at Lin Yu and spoke clearly. You don't have to worry about these people. They can't hear our conversation. It's not just them. Even the elder of the high immortal sect can't hear anything. Chapter 808. Lin Yu was stunned. This time it wasn't just a slight shock, it was a complete shock. He understood the meaning behind Lu Feng's words. As someone who had cultivated for more than a year, awakened so much knowledge, and even had his own secrets, how could he not know the meaning behind Lu Feng's words? However, it was precisely because he knew that he was truly shocked, completely shocked. Looking at Lu Feng, he finally recovered after a long time. At this moment, Lin Yu took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with a color that had never been seen before. Master Lu Feng. Lu Feng, who exactly are you? The surrounding people are clearly fine, but you said that they don't know anything about this place. That can only prove that you really deceived them, or rather, you isolated the two of us. This kind of ability is very powerful. Of course, if it's just isolating the surrounding disciples, then as long as you're in the 3 stages of Exuvia, even if you're in the initial stage of heaven and earth realm, you can still do it. But you said that you can even deceive the outer sect elder who's in the clear state. Then, to what extent has your strength reached? Speechless, really speechless. To deceive an elder who's in the clear state, and even a genius elder, the strength required is absolutely terrifying. In order to do this, Lu Feng's strength had to at least reach the 3rd stage of the crossing tribulation realm. 3 stages of tribulation passing. How terrifying is this realm? As someone who knows a lot, Lin Yu naturally understood the significance and power of the 3 stages of tribulation passing. He really couldn't believe that this young man who looked like a little brother next door, after spending a month with him, actually hid his strength so deeply. Me? I'm Lu Feng, just a simple Lu Feng. It's normal that you don't know me, because I really don't have much information. Lu Feng's explanation was very simple. Lin Yu couldn't understand anything. He went silent for a moment. In the next moment, Lin Yu looked at Lu Feng again. Then, what about your strength? I want to know how strong you are. Lu Feng looked at Lin Yu and said slowly, according to the standards here, my true strength should be at the hollow, immortal realm. If Lin Yu had guessed that Lu Feng might be at the 3rd stage of transcending tribulation, then he was completely at a loss when he heard that Lu Feng was at the hollow, immortal realm. You're actually a hollow immortal. At this moment, Lin Yu's voice was filled with disbelief. Even the junior martial brother Lu Feng in his mouth had been replaced by you. Lu Feng looked at Lin Yu and nodded gently. I came here because of some very special circumstances. As for my origins, it's not convenient for me to tell you. Even if I were to tell you, you definitely wouldn't know. Lu Feng believed that very few people knew about the existence of the primal universe in this place. Very few. It could even be said that no one knew about it. At the very least, it was impossible for these low-level existences to know about it. Therefore, Lu Feng didn't want to say it. Even if he did, it would be useless. Even if I joined this upper immortal sect, I just wanted to know some things. Therefore, you don't have to suspect that I have any ulterior motives or any bad intentions. Lin Yu was silent. He looked at Lu Feng and finally nodded. As for Lu Feng, he really didn't understand him at all. However, he didn't know why, but when Lu Feng said these words, he believed it. He believed it completely. Seeing that Lin Yu believed him, Lu Feng smiled. It was a gentle and faint smile. By the way, you've also noticed the difference in this upper immortal sect. After hearing Lu Feng mention the situation here again, Lin Yu didn't hide it anymore. After Lu Feng said that he was at the hollow immortal realm, he had no intention of hiding it anymore. Yes, I didn't know about this in the past. However, as I awakened my memories, I gradually felt the difference here. Awakened memories? At this moment, a strange light appeared in Lu Feng's eyes. After seeing this, Lin Yu said it after a moment of silence. He didn't know why, but in his subconscious, he always felt that Lu Feng was a trustworthy person. Lu Feng's existence was worthy of his trust. This made him unconsciously feel at ease to say everything he wanted to say. Should he tell Lu Feng about this? In a moment, he had already decided. Since he had already decided, Lin Yu didn't hide anything anymore. I do come from an ordinary family. However, that family is not where I was born. After I grew up, my parents told me that I wasn't their biological child. I was adopted. Lu Feng nodded his head gently. He could believe this. If it was just an ordinary family, how could there be a child like Lin Yu? After all, there was a power sealed in Lin Yu's body. It was extremely powerful and comparable to an immortal's power. My childhood was very ordinary and happy. There was nothing worth talking about. However, ever since I turned 18, I could feel that something was different. When I was 18 years old, I was stimulated once. It was also from that time onwards that some inexplicable things would appear in my mind. There are many things that I still don't understand. You must be very confused about where I got all the things I told you before. After all, I'm afraid that even an elder of an upper immortal sect wouldn't know about these things, let alone an ordinary disciple of an upper immortal sect. Lu Feng nodded gently. When he saw Lu Feng's expression, Lin Yu knew that Lu Feng must have suspected him when he said those things back then. He smiled faintly. At this moment, his smile was filled with a sense of freedom and ease. Those things actually appeared naturally in my mind. They didn't have any foundation at all. They just appeared out of thin air. Lu Feng was silent. In the next moment, he exhaled softly. Lu Feng vaguely understood something. He knew that Lin Yu's identity was definitely not ordinary. The pseudo-immortal power seal in his body must have been set up by someone he was familiar with. It was to prevent his young body from being damaged. Those things and knowledge were also sealed in his mind. One had to know that to be able to do something like this, it was definitely not something an ordinary person or force could do. At the very least, Lu Feng's power and strength were comparable to that of a heavenly god. However, he couldn't do something like this. Lu Feng was sure that Lin Yu's identity must be very powerful, or even terrifying. Back then, his parents must have encountered something that they couldn't face. In order to ensure Lin Yu's safety, they placed him somewhere else. That was how Lin Yu came to be. Otherwise, which parent would abandon their child so casually? Looking at Lu Feng, Lin Yu smiled bitterly. I know. You've guessed it too. You've guessed that I must have some secrets. In fact, I do have many secrets. Lu Feng smiled in understanding. That's right. Your memories should have been sealed in your mind. In your body, there's even an immortal level seal. This proves that your background is really not simple. Lin Yu was not simple. If he could guess it in such a short time, how could Lin Yu not know it in the past few years? Hearing Lu Feng's words, Lin Yu was slightly stunned. He looked at Lu Feng with an extremely strange expression. It was not surprising that he could think of this. After all, with Lu Feng's pseudo-immortal realm and wisdom, it was normal for him to think of this. However, he didn't expect Lu Feng to be able to see through the seal in his body. When he first came here, he was summoned by one of the higher-ups of the immortal sect stationed here because of some matters. Later, he found out that the higher-up seemed to be the senior brother of the outer sect elder, who had become a real immortal. Even he couldn't see through it, but Lu Feng could. Lu Feng, who was only a pseudo-immortal, could see through it. This also proved that Lu Feng's existence was probably not simple. Yes, there are indeed some terrifying seals in my body. The existence of these seals made me more and more certain that my identity is not simple. Therefore, I left my home and came here. I want to start from the immortal sect and slowly trace my background. Lu Feng finally understood Lin Yu's purpose of coming here. It turned out that he didn't have any other purpose at all. His only hope was to start from the immortal sect and slowly trace his background. Looking at Lin Yu, Lu Feng was silent for a moment. After a while, he sighed softly. Then, what are you going to do to trace your background? Are you going to rely on this slow trace? The world of cultivation was simply too vast. If Lin Yu wanted to investigate, he would need to be a supreme divine king or an overlord of an epic to help him. Only then would he have a chance of finding out the truth. After becoming a supreme god king, one would be able to trace one's history and sense the existence of everything through one's bloodline. If an epic overlord helped him, he could also trace his life history and find his past from the long river of history. However, was this possible? Lu Feng didn't look down on Lin Yu, but it was really impossible for him to become a universe supreme with his aptitude. On the other hand, it was even more impossible to get an overlord to lend a hand. Therefore, it was impossible for him to search blindly like this. Lin Yu was silent for a moment. After hesitating for a while, he still said it. Actually, I have other ways. My name is Lin Yu, and my father's surname is Huang. My name wasn't given by them. I was born with it. My parents also got my name from the place where they found me. At the same time, they also got a piece of metal paper. My background should be related to the metal paper. It's a pity that my realm is too low. I don't know what the metal paper is for or what it is. Therefore, I came to the immortal sect. Through cultivation, I'll be able to unravel the secret of the metal paper one day. So that was it. However, it's a pity that I gradually felt something different after coming here. The first few aptitude tests didn't feel anything, but as time went on, I felt something strange. There seems to be such a strange record in my mind. The so-called aptitude test isn't a test at all. It's a sacrifice. Chapter 809. After saying this, Lin Yu kept staring at Lu Feng. However, he realized that Lu Feng didn't seem to be acting strangely. He still looked the same as before. This made Lin Yu come to a realization. He knew that Lu Feng must have already known. Unfortunately, my power was too weak and I couldn't resist anything. Therefore, I could only follow those people and pretend to cultivate diligently. In order to make them believe me, I even walked into the light pillar several times and sacrificed my power. During this time, I tried many times to escape. Unfortunately, the elders were very strict with us and didn't allow anyone to leave. Until you came here, I didn't have a chance to leave. At this point, Lin Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of sadness. He came here in hopes of cultivating and unraveling the secret of his origins. Who would have thought that he would actually fall into such danger? This time, they gathered us here. I'm afraid it's not a good thing. They said that they would send us to the main sect. I'm sure they have other plans. After all, in their eyes, we are just animals in captivity. How could they be so kind? His eyes were filled with resentment. Faintly, there was even an unforgettable hatred in them. After a moment, Lin Yu seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Lu Feng and hesitated for a moment before taking out something from his body. When he saw that thing, Lu Feng was slightly taken aback. That thing was the metal piece of paper that Lin Yu had mentioned. Lu Feng frowned as he looked at Lin Yu. Now is not the time to help you. In Lu Feng's opinion, Lin Yu did this because he had taken a fancy to his strength and wanted to help him out of this predicament. However, this really wasn't the time to do so. Lin Yu smiled gently and said slowly, "You misunderstood me. I gave you this thing in the hope that after you leave, when you have time, you can find someone to help me unravel the secret of this metal piece of paper. Yes, you can trace my origins." Lu Feng already understood Lin Yu's plan. He wanted to say something, but Lin Yu stopped Lu Feng. "I know what you're thinking, but I want to say that you are too naive. Lu Feng, you are very powerful and terrifying, but you are only a false immortal. You might not know this, but the most powerful person here isn't that elder. Once upon a time, I really did witness an immortal-level existence. That person gave me the feeling that he was very powerful, very powerful. Although he was an immortal, his level might be infinitely close to level 4. Such an existence is not something you can contend against. In a while, I will announce everything and shatter the seal on my body so that I can temporarily release my power. That way, I will be able to attract the attention of those people. Take this opportunity to run away. Get as far away from here as possible. I don't want you to avenge me. My only request is that you help me investigate my origins and tell my parents that their son is already dead. That's all I have in mind." There was a kind of sincerity in his eyes. Lu Feng could see clearly that Lin Yu was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Lu Feng was silent. After a while, he smiled and shook his head gently. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu was really a little anxious. He wanted to say something, but at this moment, Lu Feng stretched out his hand and stopped Lin Yu from saying anything. "Listen to everything I say." It was a simple sentence, but it was filled with an unquestionable feeling. It actually made Lin Yu unable to say anything else. Although the feeling Lu Feng gave him was still incomparably calm, the willpower that filled him was something that couldn't be compared to. It was as if Lu Feng was a mighty king. His words were the law, the truth. Everyone had to unconsciously abide by and listen to him. In the end, Lin Yu didn't say anything. Although he didn't know what Lu Feng's plan was, he really had no reason to refute Lu Feng's words. After all, Lu Feng was Lu Feng. There was no relationship between him and Lin Yu. We saw that Lu Feng's gaze was focused on the elder in front of him, Lin Yu didn't pay attention to Lu Feng anymore. At that moment, the elder seemed to have said everything he wanted to say. No one knew what he had said, but the surrounding disciples were all incomparably fanatical. According to Lu Feng's guess, the elder had probably outlined many beautiful prospects for them, many futures that they couldn't even imagine. In fact, only these people who had never experienced anything would believe it. If it had been someone who truly knew the path of cultivation, they wouldn't have been deceived at all. Of course, if it wasn't like this, the supreme immortal sect wouldn't have placed a branch here. After all, the bigger the country, the more ordinary people would know. In that case, the number of people they could deceive would be fewer. Looking at the countless fanatical disciples below, the elder of the supreme celestial sect smiled. It was a very strange smile. After a moment, he finally stopped. At this moment, his voice slowly sounded. "All right, I'm about to open the teleportation gate to the main sect. How far you can go will depend on yourself. I hope that the next time you guys come back, each and every one of you will already be an Exuvia level 3 expert." Until now, the elder from the upper immortal sect was still talking nonsense to motivate the disciples. However, it was clear that he was acting very well. After these disciples heard these words, they actually shouted crazily, saying things like they would never forget the elder's nurturing and would always serve the supreme immortal sect. Lu Feng sneered. It was really a sneer. Looking at these people's crazy eyes and fanatical expression while looking at the teleportation formation, Lu Feng could only sneer, a sad sneer at their ignorance. Pitiful, pitiful. Lin Yu was slightly taken aback when he heard Lu Feng say these two words. Did you know something? Hearing Lin Yu's respectful words, Lu Feng slightly frowned. In the future, you should just call me by my name. Our ages are basically the same. To be honest, I should be quite a bit younger than you. During the conversation, Lu Feng already knew that Lin Yu was 24 years old this year, and he was only a few months away from 20 years old. Moreover, Lin Yu was the first person he recognized after coming here. Therefore, in Lu Feng's heart, Lin Yu was a friend. It made Lu Feng feel really awkward to be addressed as Sir between friends. When he heard Lu Feng's words, Lin Yu was obviously slightly shocked. Of course, this shock was due to the previous words. It was because Lu Feng had said that he and Lin Yu were about the same age. In his mind, Lu Feng should be very, very old. He was the same as the elders of the immortal sections. He must have used some special method to preserve his youthful appearance. However, Lu Feng had said that his actual age was about the same as his own, or maybe even younger. This naturally made Lin Yu feel extremely shocked. However, this shock didn't last long, as Lin Yu soon heard Lu Feng's next sentence. There was no doubt that Lu Feng had said this to treat Lin Yu as a friend. Only by treating him as a friend would Lu Feng allow him to call him by his name and do such things. There was a slightly moved expression in his eyes. Lin Yu nodded his head gently. Then, Lu Feng, do you know something? Lu Feng chuckled. It was a cold and sarcastic chuckle. This time, they activated the teleportation array to send these disciples to the main sect of the upper immortal sect. However, the real reason is not for them to cultivate like that outer sect elder of the upper immortal sect said. His real purpose was to send these people to the main sect and give them to an elder of the sect. He wanted to refine all of them into human elixir. Human elixir? Lin Yu frowned slightly. However, in the next moment, Lin Yu's eyes suddenly revealed an extremely shocked expression. He looked at Lu Feng and muttered, It's a human elixir. It's actually a human elixir? Obviously, Lin Yu also knew about human elixir. That was why he had such a terrified expression at this moment. Lu Feng nodded his head gently. It's indeed a human elixir. There was an indescribable sarcasm in his tone. These people were indeed pitiful. They wanted to refine them into human elixirs, but these people were still incomparably crazy, afraid that they would be late. Lin Yu was silent. His expression at this moment was filled with countless changes. Finally, he slowly calmed down. And at this moment, the elder of the upper immortal sect had already slowly activated the gigantic teleportation array, It had to be said that the remnants of the primordial immortal devil era were really terrifying. Not only were their elixirs terrifying, but their skills were also incomparably shocking. Compared to the primordial universe, they were several times stronger. In the primordial universe, there were many such teleportation arrays. However, Lu Feng knew that there was no comparison between the two. The teleportation arrays here were filled with mysteries that were several times more profound than the ones in the primordial universe. Although he did not know what the difference was, Lu Feng could see the difference. Below, the disciples of the upper mortal sect had already gathered and were waiting quietly. Although they were quiet, their eyes were filled with a kind of fanaticism. These people really couldn't wait any longer. Looking at the many disciples, the voice of the upper immortal sect's disciple was heard again. Okay, in a moment, everyone will enter according to the order. This time, let the disciples who have just arrived enter first. According to the order of entering the sect, one by one, stand in a line. Don't be anxious. Anyone can enter. There is no difference whether they enter earlier or later. So, no one is allowed to disturb the order. After saying this with a dignified expression, the outer sect elder deliberately released a strong aura. At this moment, the noisy atmosphere at the scene quieted down once again. Okay, disciples who have entered the sect in the past month, step forward. You can enter first. Hearing this, there was a commotion in the crowd. The new disciples were all pleasantly surprised. They were weaker. If they really relied on their strength to enter, then they would definitely be the last to enter. But now, they had become the first ones to enter. How could they not be pleasantly surprised? Soon, under Lin Yu's strange expression, Lu Feng had already walked out and walked into the line. The number of people who had entered in the last month was close to 10,000. And the line of 10,000 people was really spectacular. It was mighty, and the line was very far away. However, just as everyone was standing still, Lu Feng had already walked out of the crowd. He was actually walking directly toward the center of the square, where the terrifying teleportation array was. Finally, everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Feng. Everyone stared at Lu Feng without blinking. They did not understand why Lu Feng suddenly walked out and suddenly came to the teleportation array. Lu Feng smiled as he watched the teleportation array quietly. Then, he slowly uttered a few words. This is the path of death. Chapter 8:10. This should be the path to death, right? No one could understand Lu Feng's words. No one understood. They were still looking at Lu Feng in confusion. The anger they felt when Lu Feng arrived here before them had been replaced by doubt at this moment. At this moment, the only person who was acting strangely was the exalted, immortal outer sect elder. He looked at Lu Feng with a complicated look in his eyes. There was even a faint murderous intent in his eyes. Finally, he smiled. He looked at Lu Feng and smiled gently. What's the path to death? Oh, I understand now. Indeed, after entering the main sect, if you want to stand out, you have to go through countless tests of life and death. These are all things that you have to go through to become a true expert. Therefore, it's only right to call this the path to death. As he spoke, the exalted immortal outer sect elder had already arrived beside Lu Feng with a sinister smile that no one else could see. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at Lu Feng. Lin Yu wasn't afraid of this exalted, immortal outer sect elder at all. Just now, Lu Feng had already told him clearly that he, Lu Feng, was in existence in the void immortal realm. As for this high immortal sect's outer sect elder, his realm was only at the exuding beauty realm of the 3 stages of exuvia. The difference between the two was too big. Therefore, this high immortal sect's outer sect elder couldn't threaten Lu Feng's safety. Therefore, when he saw the exalted immortal outer sect elder making his move, Lin Yu remained silent. He didn't intend to break the shackles in his body and release the power that he had sealed. Finally, the exalted immortal outer sect elder's arm came to Lu Feng's side. He had a kind expression on his face. It was as if this arm was an arm that was accepting. He wanted to gently grab Lu Feng and give him some support and encouragement. However, Lu Feng felt it. He felt it deeply. This grab appeared to be simple and peaceful, as if it was a casual grab. However, it was filled with a bloody, killing intent. It was incomparably gloomy. If one could feel it, it would definitely be terrifying. In response to all of this, Lu Feng simply smiled. A moment later, he took a step forward. Although it was a simple step, it caused the outer gate elder to stare in shock. He looked at Lu Feng, who was now out of his control, and couldn't seem to wrap his head around what was happening. He should have been able to catch it easily, but he failed just like that. There was no reason at all, and no possibility at all. He failed just like that. This made him feel really strange. He frowned slightly and looked at Lu Feng, who was still smiling but was still observing the transfer formation. The face of the outer sect elder of the exalted immortal sect finally darkened. At this moment, he vaguely sensed something. "You, who are you?" He didn't try to hide his voice. Instead, he directly said it out loud. At this moment, nearly 100,000 disciples fell silent. They seemed to have sensed the strangeness of the situation. They looked at each other and saw the endless confusion in each other's eyes. In the end, these people didn't say anything. They just waited quietly for the situation to develop. In Lu Feng's eyes, there was only the giant transfer formation in front of him. He didn't seem to have heard anything that the outer sect elder of the exalted immortal sect had said. Lu Feng's attitude finally caused the outer sect elder of the exalted immortal sect to be seriously displeased. His benevolent expression turned into a terrifying shade of gloom at this moment. "Who exactly are you?" "This is my exalted immortal sect. What are you plotting by coming here?" These words were all nonsense. Asking these questions at a time like this was completely useless. Of course, the reason why he asked these questions wasn't because the outer sect elder of the exalted immortal sect was an idiot. On the contrary, he was a person who was truly scheming. If it wasn't for that, he wouldn't have asked such a question. Lu Feng turned around and finally looked at him. At this moment, there was a strange smile in Lu Feng's eyes. It was a smile full of sarcasm, disregard, and disdain. This kind of expression only appeared when those great existences looked at some unruly ants in front of them. Seeing this kind of expression, the outer sect elder of the exalted immortal sect took a deep breath. Although he was only a third-level disciple, in a sect, a third-level disciple was already a core disciple. Even in a top-notch sect like the exalted immortal sect, a third-level disciple was considered a core disciple. But here, he was being ignored by a young existence. It was as if he was looking at an ant. How could he possibly be at ease? He took a deep breath. He wanted to say something, but at this moment, Lu Feng suddenly waved his hand. "All right, you don't have to say anything. Your voice is annoying me. I know why you said those things. You're just stalling for time and waiting for your so-called senior brothers to come. I have time. I can wait. So you don't have to say anything." The outer sect elder of the exalted immortal sect acted like an idiot and asked those useless questions. He wanted to wait for his senior brothers to come, just as Lu Feng had said. When he saw that Lu Feng had actually said everything, the outer sect elder of the exalted immortal sect had a complicated expression on his face. At this moment, he really felt as if something was wrong. Countless disciples watched quietly. At this moment, none of them said anything. This was because they had also sensed the strangeness of the situation. The existence of this matter had really made them feel a little lost. Because of this, even the idea of heading to the ancestral sect had slightly faded. Time passed by minute by minute. During this period of time, Lu Feng had been observing the teleportation array. To Lu Feng, the existence of the teleportation array was much more interesting than everything in front of him. As he looked at the already activated transportation array, Lu Feng studied it for a long time. Finally, he couldn't help but nod his head gently. Not bad at all. The primitive immortal devil era is indeed the primitive immortal devil era. This kind of precise arrangement, this kind of complicated outline, this kind of perfect coordination. Without the accumulation of countless years, it is simply impossible to succeed. If not for God Punisher, I really want to stay here for a while longer. I want to learn more before leaving. Lu Feng knew very well that there were many things he could learn here. Any one of them would be enough to benefit him for the rest of his life. This would definitely bring unimaginable benefits to his growth and strength. Unfortunately, he really couldn't wait here for too long. After all, in the outside world, his family, friends, and lovers were all waiting for him. They were all waiting for his return. Just as Lu Feng was thinking about this, four figures suddenly appeared in the void. Their existence was completely silent. They appeared abruptly, without any trace of dust or smoke. They walked around quietly, like immortals descending to the mortal world. At this moment, Lu Feng finally shifted his gaze in that direction. Lu Feng only knew one of the four people who had arrived. That was the second-tier demigod who had suggested turning all the disciples into human cores. Lu Feng had a very deep impression of him. Other than him, the other three were all experts. They were all true experts. Among the three, two should be pseudo-immortals. The last one, who was walking in front, was an immortal. A true immortal, in other words, a god. Nodding his head slightly, Lu Feng's eyes flashed with a strange light. The four of them are all peak-level geniuses of the Federation. In other words, they're all peak-level geniuses who can challenge those who are 3 tiers above them. Not bad. Not bad at all. Peak-level geniuses in the Federation are considered the pinnacle of existence below the monstrous geniuses. Even people as strong as Beigon Tianxi and the others were only peak-level geniuses. But here, 4 of them had casually walked out. This made Lu Feng filled with anticipation for the remains of the immortal devil era. Quietly watching the 4 of them walk up to him, Lu Feng was still the same as before. He was strangely calm, not even the slightest bit shaken. The elder from the outer sect of the immortal sect had already moved to stand behind them. Right now, he was looking at Lu Feng with a look of schadenfreude, as though he could already see Lu Feng's tragic end. Finally, the leading immortal looked at Lu Feng and spoke. Who are you? Why have you come to my immortal sect? His voice carried the dignity of an immortal. He did not try to hide it. Therefore, at this moment, all the disciples' faces changed as they knelt on the ground. This was the power of an immortal. Just a casual use of it was enough to make people tremble. Unfortunately, Lu Feng did not change his awe-inspiring attitude. He did not change at all. At this moment, he was just watching quietly, scanning the 5 people in front of him, including the outer sect elder. After a few rounds, Lu Feng finally said, "You don't have to care about who I am. Of course, strictly speaking, I should be considered an outer sect disciple of your immortal sect, right? But that is in the past, because from this moment onwards, I am leaving the immortal sect." Hearing Lu Feng's words, the immortal raised his brows slightly. He looked at Lu Feng and smiled gently. Why? Since you are a disciple of our immortal sect, why are you leaving? Is it not good for me to be in the immortal sect? Not good. At this moment, the 100,000 disciples below all secretly raised their heads. They wanted to hear Lu Feng's reason. After all, they had never heard of such a sect. If they were not satisfied with such a sect, they really did not know what else could be. From the beginning until now, Lu Feng had remained indifferent. Regardless of whether it was when he saw these people arrive or when he was faced with their imposing aura, he never changed his expression. But at this moment, when the immortal asked this question, he finally changed. This was a color that was truly mocking to the extreme. Is it not good to be in the immortal sect? Don't tell me you don't know. I'm afraid that among all the trashy sects in the world, your immortal sect should be ranked at the top. The immortal raised his brows slightly and asked in a strange tone, "It seems like you already know." Chapter 811. Lu Feng chuckled and nodded. You guys are really ruthless, aren't you? Up until now, the number of people who have died at your hands is probably at least a few million. You tricked these ignorant disciples into coming here not to take them in, but to keep them as pets. You'll keep them as sacrifices to provide you with enough sacrificial power. The so-called unlimited supply of resources is only because you're afraid that these disciples will die prematurely and you'll lose the source of sacrificial power. Now, you guys are even more ruthless. You actually activated this transportation array and planned to send them to the headquarters and hand them over to the so-called elders to be refined into human pills. You guys are really ruthless. Lu Feng's words caused the entire place to turn silent. The disciples were all dumbfounded at this moment. They had already forgotten everything that had happened. A moment later, these people stood up shakily. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. In the next moment, as one of the disciples cursed out loud, all the other disciples did the same. They all started cursing out loud as well. You're spouting nonsense. Don't tarnish our reputation here. You must be a spy from the other sects. Bastard, you're really a bastard. How dare you harm the interests of the supreme immortal sect? You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Similar words rang out one after another. Hearing this, the immortal looked at Lu Feng with a playful expression. However, when he saw Lu Feng's expression, a strange look appeared on his face. In his opinion, Lu Feng had stepped forward to help these people. If these people didn't understand what was going on and said such things, Lu Feng's expression would definitely be very ugly. However, at this moment, Lu Feng's expression was the same as usual. There was no change at all. This caused the immortal to be somewhat confused and even perplexed. He could feel that Lu Feng really didn't change at all. There was no change at all. It was as if he didn't care at all. A hint of fear appeared in his eyes. At this moment, the immortal of the Supreme Immortal Sect was really starting to fear Lu Feng. How is it? Are you angry? I thought I had done so much for them and even saved their lives, but in the end, I received such a reward. Is it very uncomfortable? Lu Feng smiled faintly and gently shook his head. Then he nodded. I don't feel uncomfortable, but there are still some feelings in my heart. These people, in the end, he's still an ant. Even if he tries his best to help, it's still the same. Their lives must be very sad. To protect the people who killed them, but to curse the people who helped them, this was really a kind of ignorance, a kind of sorrow. However, Lu Feng only sighed slightly. His current status, strength, realm, and status had already determined his height. These people were just ignorant existences. Since ancient times, which monarch hadn't been pointed at by millions and millions of people and cursed endlessly. Lu Feng, didn't care about this at all. Quietly looking at these people, Lu Feng's expression was calm. Then, he looked at the High Immortal Sect disciples in front of him. Isn't this what you all wanted? Actually, if I didn't appear, it would be good for these people. After all, they could die in their own beliefs, in a state of complete ignorance. Perhaps this is also a kind of happiness. Those people nodded lightly. At this moment, they didn't say anything and only looked at Lu Feng with a playful expression. In the surroundings, the cursing voices never stopped, constantly ringing in his ears. Lu Feng, on the other hand, was still indifferently looking at the people in front of him. Finally, in this noisy environment, someone spoke. He was Lin Yu. You all are really a bunch of ignorant idiots. His voice was extremely loud. It was so loud that everyone could clearly hear him. At this moment, countless existences focused their attention on Lin Yu. Unlike Lu Feng, who had no foundation and no reputation, Lin Yu was very famous. Among these outer sect disciples, Lin Yu was very famous. He was very kind to those people. Usually, when these disciples were in trouble, Lin Yu would take the initiative to help them. Moreover, he had been in the High Immortal Sect for more than a year and could be considered one of the oldest disciples in the High Immortal Sect. It could be said that his prestige was very, very high. It was far from what Lu Feng could compare to. Therefore, when he said this, everyone was stunned. After a moment of silence, finally, a disciple of the High Immortal Sect muttered, Senior Lin, what do you mean by this? His voice didn't have much confidence. The person who spoke was relatively familiar with Lin Yu. Moreover, he was one of the people who received help from Lin Yu. Therefore, when he questioned Lin Yu, he was clearly lacking in confidence. Lin Yu glanced around and finally fixed his gaze on the person who spoke. What do I mean? Lin Yu chuckled, but there was a hint of mockery in his laughter. Could it be that what you sacrificed was not only your spirit, but also your brains? At this time, Lin Yu's words were undoubtedly in agreement with Lu Feng's point of view. However, That person still asked Lin Yu what he meant. If this wasn't idiocy, then what was? Hearing Lin Yu's words, everyone lowered their heads and went completely silent. Although Lin Yu wasn't the most famous outer sect disciple, his reputation wasn't small either. In addition to his good reputation, these people didn't have much doubt about Lin Yu. At that moment, those people were truly bewildered. They were completely bewildered. Looking at them, Lin Yu sighed softly. Don't tell me you still don't understand. I originally thought that after Lu Feng said those words, you should be able to understand the strangeness of everything. But I didn't expect you to be crazy to this extent. You're actually stupid to this extent. Lu Feng's words are already very clear, very clear. Don't tell me you can't think about it carefully. The last sentence was even shouted out. Hearing this, many outer sect disciples of the upper mortal sects had an indescribably complicated expression on their faces. They didn't understand. They really didn't understand. Lin Yu looked at them and finally opened his mouth again. Ever since you came here, haven't you noticed? Except for the new disciples, all the disciples were organized at a certain time to undergo the so-called aptitude test. Every time you undergo the so-called aptitude test, the final result is that your body is further weakened. Yes, you've obtained countless elixirs, but every time you use these elixirs, every time you level up and break through, don't you feel like you're full of energy? Do you feel that you're really strong? Heart-wrenching. These were definitely heart-wrenching words. The disciples had all sensed and understood what was going on, but they couldn't say it, and they wouldn't say it. Now that Lin Yu said it, they suddenly realized everything. Lin Yu looked at these people who were deep in thought and continued, also, you can think about it. The upper immortal sects have been recruiting disciples for decades now. But have any of you seen a disciple for 2 years? Don't tell me you don't have doubts and don't think about it. When these words came out, the faces of these disciples instantly turned incomparably pale. It wasn't that they didn't think about it, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. It wasn't that they didn't have doubts. But after having doubts, what could they do? Actually, I want to ask again. Among the disciples who came here, which one of them has left the mountain gate? Which one of them, after coming here, has left the upper immortal sects? There was no color on their faces. What Lin Yu said was not something that no one had thought of before, but it was just a thought. These people had nothing to say or communicate with, and every time they said it, they would receive a look of mockery. From then on, they stopped thinking about it. Even if they thought about it, for various reasons, they forced themselves not to think about it anymore. This was the reality. This was the truth. You might not know, you might not know. Just now, the so-called human pill that Lu Feng mentioned, what exactly is it? Human pill was a taboo existence. After coming to the upper mortal sects, these people really had limited knowledge. So it was reasonable that they didn't know. Even Lin Yu only knew some of it after his memories were awakened. Human pill, as the name suggests, is to make people into elixirs, to make you all into elixirs. If it was just a problem with their faces before, then at this moment, these people were already trembling from head to toe. They were truly trembling from head to toe. They looked at Lin Yu, then looked at the terrifying transfer array in front of them and the indifferent Lu Feng. Then they looked at the few upper immortal sects elders opposite of Lu Feng. They were already confused, dazed, and frightened. This is real. Is it real? Tremble, tremble, tremble. At this moment, many people were trembling. They were really going to collapse. Their previous beliefs at this moment had completely collapsed. This feeling was really hard for them to accept. They couldn't accept it. But this was reality. Even if they couldn't believe it, the final result was still like this. Many people were still holding on to the last glimmer of hope. At the same time, they looked at the upper immortal sect's outer sect elder, the one who once led them, the one who gave them endless hope. But when they looked at him, they were completely in despair. Because in their hearts, the incomparably kind and benevolent outer sect elder had changed, completely changed. His face was so ferocious, so terrifying. With just a glance, there was no longer any feeling of the past. Those who were able to come here, although not all of them were geniuses, they were all very knowledgeable, but they weren't idiots. With just a single glance, they understood everything. They completely understood what was going on. Chapter 8:12. Not bad. It seems like the disciples recruited are not all idiots after all. An immortal disciple of an upper immortal sect exclaimed in admiration as he watched Lin Yu, who was speaking frankly and analyzing the situation in the crowd. At this moment, a trace of admiration appeared in his eyes. Although your aptitude isn't great, you still have a chance to become a powerhouse with such wisdom. I can let you off this time and give you a chance. However, whether you succeed or not will depend on you. The immortal disciple smiled faintly, as though he was waiting for Lin Yu to express his gratitude. Unfortunately, Lin Yu didn't show any expression in the face of his charity. If he had to say something, it would be coldness and hatred. That was the only expression he had at the moment. Do you think that I would still believe your words? Even if what you've said is the truth, what can you do? Lin Yu, may not be a peerless genius, but I still have my own dignity. I am ashamed to be associated with people like you. In our eyes, the so-called immortal sects, no matter how powerful they are nothing but trash. Complete and utter trash. A strange look flashed across the immortal disciple's face when he heard this. In the end, he shook his head gently and didn't say anything else. Lin Yu looked at the disciples of the 5 great immortal sects, and then at Lu Feng, who was standing in front of them. Finally, he stopped hesitating and stepped forward. Simple, very simple. There was no earth-shattering aura or shocking phenomenon. Everything he did was so ordinary and simple. However, in everyone's hearts, Lin Yu's existence wasn't ordinary. He wasn't simple. It was as though he was holding up everyone's hope. His existence at the moment was the object of everyone's reverence. At this moment, he had to use his frail body to face all his enemies. Finally, after a few steps, a few hundred steps, or even a few thousand steps, Lin Yu arrived beside Lu Feng. My power has been sealed for so long and has never been released. If not for Lu Feng's words, I wouldn't have known that the power sealed in my body had actually reached the level of an immortal. Lin Yu gradually smiled. His smile was filled with a sense of freedom and ease. This is the first time I've released it, and it might also be the only time I'll release it in my life. Although I'm very unwilling, this is the result. Lin Yu turned around and looked at Lu Feng. He whispered to Lu Feng, "Lu Feng, do you still remember what I said before? I know that as a genius, you have your own pride, but please remember that all pride is built on the foundation of being alive. Listen to me, listen to me." The last 6 words were said in an unusually solemn tone. Seeing his appearance, Lu Feng's eyes flashed with a strange look. "All right, that's all you have to say. We can go now. You all can choose to be killed by me. Or they could choose to live a little longer and enter the main gate. Perhaps you were chosen by an elder and accidentally became the disciple of an elder. It's all up to you now." The crowd fell into an endless silence. At this moment, they really couldn't say anything. All the disciples knew that the immortal disciple was right. Although there were 100,000 of them here, even if all of them were added together, they would still not be a match for that outer court elder. Moreover, it seemed like the outer sect elder status was the lowest among the 5 of them. This caused them to truly despair. Utter despair. At this moment, the gazes of these people were all focused on Lu Feng and Lin Yu. Of course, compared to Lu Feng Lai, more people were focused on Lin Yu. After all, in their eyes, Lin Yu was more reliable. As if he felt so many gazes on him, Lin Yu laughed. He laughed even more crazily and terrifyingly. In the next moment, his body trembled endlessly. Countless amounts of energy began to evaporate, causing Lin Yu's terror to rise unceasingly. It was increasing at a terrifying rate. However, just as his energy was about to burst out of his body, an arm appeared and quietly rested on his shoulder. I said, "Listen to me." Lu Feng had said this before. However, at the time, Lin Yu had thought that Lu Feng was being overly confident. However, at this moment, after seeing so much, Lu Feng still said the same thing. This left Lin Yu completely dumbfounded. In the next moment, that terrifying aura disappeared. Countless amounts of energy seemed to have been blocked by something and returned to normal. He looked at Lu Feng in disbelief. He couldn't believe that Lu Feng had done all this. Lin Yu knew that it was Lu Feng who had done all this. He had used only his hands to completely suppress his shattered shackles and seal them once again. If Lu Feng had used all his strength and created a shocking vision to complete all this, Lin Yu would have been able to accept it. After all, he hadn't unleashed all his strength yet and hadn't reached the immortal realm. However, Lu Feng had only casually patted him. Lu Feng had only released his arm gently, yet all his strength had been completely suppressed. Lu Feng chuckled as he looked at Lin Yu, who was staring blankly at him. He patted Lin Yu's shoulder again. "All right, don't think too much. Leave the rest to me." After saying that, Lu Feng turned around and looked at the 5 people from the immortal sect. "You guys should be the 5 great disciples of the immortal sect stationed here." Over the past few days, Lu Feng had been able to sense that these 5 people's auras were similar to his. Therefore, Lu Feng understood that these 5 people should be the ones guarding this place. Upon hearing this, the immortal sect disciple nodded gently. "That's right, it's the 5 of us. I can tell you that the true disciples of the immortal sect station here are the 5 of us." "Do you have any other questions?" Lu Feng shook his head gently. In the next moment, his aura began to rise. In an instant, he had released his heaven-defying aura. His aura reached the clouds, causing everyone's expression to change greatly. No one had expected that this young man would be such a terrifying existence. He was actually such a powerful expert. Among the 5 great disciples of the immortal sect, other than the true immortal, the expressions of the others changed slightly. The one who changed the most was the outer sect elder of the immortal sect. He was only a mid-level disciple, although he was also a 3rd-level immortal. After breaking through the heavens, he would only be able to fight against ordinary cultivators in the fire tribulation realm. A pseudo-immortal like Lu Feng was terrifying. He couldn't fight against him at all. He couldn't even obstruct him slightly. "I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. Previously, when my subordinates reported about you, they said that you were extraordinary. During the assessment, I also paid special attention to you. Now that I think about it, I was too arrogant. A pseudo-immortal, even if he is a trash, is not someone I can observe. In the immortal sect, the 5 of them were the true masters of everything. There were 100,000 disciples in the immortal sect. The management of these 100,000 disciples couldn't be done by the 5 of them. In addition to the 5 of them, there were also many subordinates from the immortal sect. When Lu Feng came here that day, one of the subordinates noticed him and said that Lu Feng was extraordinary. However, he didn't expect that Lu Feng's extraordinary was actually so terrifying. At this moment, Lu Feng had already calmed down. He didn't answer the outer sect elder's question, nor did he care. At this moment, he only saw the immortal sect disciple in front of him. "You are about to break through." Hearing Lu Feng's words, the disciples behind the immortal sect disciple were stunned for a moment. Then, their expressions changed drastically. They looked at the immortal sect disciple with an ugly expression. The disciple closest to him couldn't help but say, "Senior brother, you actually secretly used the power of the sacrificial offering to the sect. Do you know that by doing so, you will be—" He didn't finish his sentence because he would never be able to finish his sentence. Because at this moment, he was completely annihilated. You actually, after saying these few words, they were unable to say anything else. At this moment, the faces of the remaining 3 upper immortal sect disciples were filled with shock and disbelief. Just a moment ago, he was still chatting and joking with them about their future. Yet, in the next moment, he actually attacked. Just like that, he mercilessly killed his own junior brother. They knew that their junior brother was right. This senior brother had most likely used the power of the sacrificial offering that was supposed to be offered to the sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become a peak immortal in just a few years. Vaguely, these people felt a despairing aura descending upon them. They understood that since this senior brother of theirs had revealed this matter, he would definitely not allow them to live. This senior brother of theirs was far from someone they could compare to. Now that he had become a peak immortal, a half-step true immortal, he was even more unimaginable to them. They were doomed. The half-step true immortal sect disciple looked disdainfully at his junior brothers who had already sunk into fear. In the end, he looked at Lu Feng. His expression was one of astonishment and indescribable strangeness. This was because he didn't know how Lu Feng saw through him. How did Lu Feng see through his true cultivation realm? You're not bad. You can actually see through everything. For this, I can give you a chance. Acknowledge me as your master, and I can let you go this time. I can let you live. His face was full of arrogance. Perhaps this was his true appearance. Everything that happened before was just a show. It was all a pretense. The current him was the true expression that belonged to him. Hearing this, Lu Feng was still the same as before. His expression was one of complete disregard. He shook his head gently. When I was at my peak in this world, there might still be people who could defeat me. However, there isn't a single person who could make me submit. If they couldn't, what right do you have? What right do you have? A mere half-step true immortal, a mere half-step true immortal, a mere half-step true immortal. Even before Lu Feng shattered that domain, before the final battle of the kings, he didn't care. Now, it was even more impossible for him to care about anything. Such a person didn't even have the right to make him attack. To Lu Feng lie, he was really an ant-like existence. What right does an ant-like existence have to make me submit? Lu Feng said very indifferently. There wasn't any deliberate mockery in his tone. However, because of his indifference, the half-step true immortal sect disciple's expression turned extremely ugly. He could feel that Lu Feng really disregarded his existence. Lu Feng really didn't care about him at all. As a genius, a peak third-level genius, he had never been disregarded like this before. Now, he had become a terrifying half-step true immortal. This made him even more unable to tolerate Lu Feng's disregard. Chapter 813. You. Very good. Very good. He had never been ignored like this before. At this moment, the half-step true immortal disciple was showing signs of going crazy. He truly felt a sense of humiliation from the bottom of his heart. You're Lu Feng, right? Good, very good, very good. No one has ever dared to ignore me like this. Not even those king-level disciples. All those who ignored me died in the end. They all died completely. You are no exception. I will kill you. I will kill you completely. His voice was filled with endless viciousness. Vaguely, a shocking aura was fluctuating. Behind this half-step true immortal disciple, a terrifying phenomenon appeared. It was a terrifying, strange creature that covered the heaven and earth. It was a very strange creature. Water caltrop. Looking at the strange beast that appeared in the void, Lin Yu couldn't help but cry out. Lu Feng was slightly puzzled and looked at the shocked Lin Yu beside him. Water caltrop? What's that? Lin Yu was silent for a moment, but the shock in his eyes did not disappear. Water caltrop is an ancient giant beast that has been passed down since the Desolation era. It lives in the Abyss Land. Legend has it that it has an invincible bloodline. Its strength is comparable to any peak heavenly immortal. I didn't expect him to have refined the water caltrop's bloodline. He can actually summon the water caltrop's incarnation. Lu Feng was already clear about all of this. During the time that he came here and talked with Lin Yu, Lu Feng also knew a lot about the immortal demon world. He knew that this strange phenomenon that could summon the water caltrop meant that this half-step true immortal disciple must have refined the water caltrop's bloodline. With the bloodline of that terrifying beast, it meant that he could transform into a water caltrop for a short period of time. Although he couldn't reach the perfect level of the water caltrop's power, he could already use more than half of its power. This was undoubtedly extremely terrifying. It was also because of this that Lin Yu was filled with endless despair and fear at this moment. The half-step true immortal disciple was already beyond his imagination. He didn't have the ability to fight back. Now that he had manifested the bloodline of the water caltrop, his strength had become even more unimaginable. Even if it's the lowest level, only half of the water culture bloodline, it's still incomparably powerful. Among the countless geniuses and monstrous geniuses, he can be considered the pinnacle. Once it's unleashed, I'm afraid even a mid-tier heavenly immortal would not be a match for it. A celestial immortal. What kind of terrifying existence was that? It was the strongest level that Lin Yu knew of. Their powers could easily change the heavens and the earth, make mountains and seas collapse, and reverse the flow of time. Such a terrifying existence was simply not something that a human could contend against. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Yu was in complete despair, looking at the half-step true immortal disciple in the distance. Lu Feng was still the same as before. It was as if nothing in the entire space-time could change him in the slightest. Looking at the horrified Lin Yu beside him, Lu Feng finally extended his arm and gently patted him. I said, "I'm here for everything." Looking at Lu Feng with a dazed expression, he really did not understand where Lu Feng's confidence came from. At most, Lu Feng's existence was just at the false immortal level. No matter how powerful he was just a core disciple of the legendary sacred grounds. After using all his trump cards and foundations, he might have the ability to contend against an early-tier heavenly immortal expert. However, the problem was that the person in front of him was a real water caltrip incarnation. That was an existence comparable to a mid-tier heavenly immortal. In an instant, Lin Yu seemed to have thought of something. Lu Feng, could it be that you also have an invincible incarnation? An invincible incarnation was the bloodline power of those ferocious beasts. This was the only possibility that he could think of. However, a moment later, before Lu Feng could deny it, Lin Yu had already shook his head. Impossible. You've only heard about the existence of this bloodline manifestation for me. How could you have it? His face was filled with helplessness, pessimism, and even despair. Lu Feng was no longer looking at Lin Yu. He was already looking at the half-step true immortal disciple of the upper celestial sect. Lu Feng, to be honest, you're very powerful. I can feel the terrifying power contained in your body. Although I don't know why, in order to not fail miserably, I still used my most powerful strength at the beginning. Previously, when he saw Lu Feng's indifferent expression, this half-step true immortal had already felt that Lu Feng was strange. Hidden in his body, the blood that belonged to the water culture bloodline was constantly warning him that Lu Feng's strength was truly terrifying. It was precisely because of this reason that he had directly displayed the power of his bloodline at the beginning, in order to make Lu Feng feel despair. However, when he saw Lu Feng's expression, he still felt a little uneasy. After all, Lu Feng's expression was too calm and steady. This wasn't an act by Lu Feng. He could clearly see that Lu Feng's calmness was incomparably calm. He didn't have the slightest fluctuation in his emotions. Such a scene really made him panic a little. As he looked at Lu Feng, the terrifying figure in the void finally spoke again. Actually, you should feel honored. After all, this is the first time I've displayed my bloodline power in front of an outsider. Even the sect elders of the upper mortal sect did not know about it. Now that I've integrated with the water culture bloodline, I'm comparable to a monarch or even an emperor-level disciple. On this point, Lin Yu believed. After all, if he really displayed such monstrous power, the experts of the upper mortal sect would definitely focus on nurturing him instead of sending him to such a remote place. With the water culture bloodline, his status was definitely comparable to a monarch disciple. Under certain special circumstances, he might even be comparable to an emperor-level disciple. You should already know the power of the water culture. In this state, I can enter the domain of a heavenly immortal at any time. No matter how strong you are, can you still fight against me? I can feel that in your body, there is no existence of the same bloodline power. You are just a mortal, an ordinary mortal. It's impossible for you to fight against me. It's completely impossible. How about it? I'm giving you one last chance. After saying this, he quietly looked at Lu Feng, waiting for Lu Feng's final conclusion. At this moment, the attention of 100,000 people, Lin Yu, the half-step true immortal disciple, and the surrounding people were all focused on Lu Feng. They were all waiting for Lu Feng's final decision. Lu Feng seemed to have sensed the gazes of so many people. He smiled, a gentle smile. "You're wrong." Countless people were stunned, even forgetting the danger at this moment. They looked at Lu Feng, not understanding what he meant. Looking at the arrogant figure in the sky, Lu Feng's smile gradually changed. What appeared now was an obviously sarcastic smile. "You're really wrong. Although I don't know what a monarch or emperor-level disciple is like, I think you'll never be able to compare to them. You'll never be able to compare to them." Lu Feng's words seemed to have poked the half-step true immortal disciple's sore spot. His expression turned extremely gloomy in an instant. However, he still didn't say anything. Lu Feng looked at him and continued speaking. "Although I've never seen it, I'm sure that as a monarch or emperor-level disciple, they all have their own pride. They all believe that they're incomparably powerful existences. How could such existences give up their pride for a mere bloodline? This kind of fusion isn't strength, it's an insult to their own honor." Everyone was stunned by Lu Feng's words. Then, they were completely at a loss. They didn't understand anything Lu Feng said. They didn't understand at all. Among those present, except for the half-step true immortal disciple, no one else would understand. "I think that since you've chosen to fuse with your bloodline, you'll definitely be shackled in the future. Your future might be shackled by the fusion of your bloodline." Lu Feng's words made him lower his head even more. Because Lu Feng wasn't wrong. Actually, it wasn't Lu Feng's guess that he was able to say all this. He was certain of it. The bloodline of the human monarch was so powerful and shocking that it was equivalent to his supreme power at the peak. However, the existence of this supreme power still restricted Lu Feng's development in the end. For the sake of his future, he even directly gave up on this terrifying power. From this, it could be seen that the so-called power of the bloodline wasn't a help to a true monstrous genius, but a shackle. The endless terrifying power of the bloodline belonged to the number one heaven-defying bloodline in history, the human monarch bloodline, and it was already like this. Then, the power of these motley bloodlines would have even more limitations and restrictions. That was why Lu Feng came up with such a theory. When Lu Feng saw the expression on that half-step true immortal's disciple's face, he knew that he was right. At this moment, Lu Feng looked at him mockingly and didn't say anything. The atmosphere was filled with endless silence. After a long time, the disciple's voice finally rang out again. "It seems that in your eyes, Lu Feng, an existence like me is actually just that kind of casual. You definitely won't submit to me." His voice had an indescribably strange flavor. He seemed to have made up his mind about something, as if he had already made up his mind about something. At this moment, the same kind of color appeared in everyone's eyes again. That was despair, complete and utter despair. Chapter 8:14. In the void, the vast power had condensed, becoming a source of origin that could shake time and space. It made the era bleak, and many existences could not help but tremble or even crawl. However, in the face of this, Lu Feng was still the same as before. "Lu Feng, you are right. I admit it, I really admit it. In the eyes of those top geniuses and evildoers, in the eyes of those emperor-level or king-level disciples, I am nothing. I'm not even qualified for them to take me seriously. Because my future has already been determined. Unless I can shatter my bloodline, the limit of my life will be a peak celestial immortal." Lu Feng was indifferent. He knew that the disciple was right. Unless he could shatter the bloodline shackles, he would be able to reach the pinnacle of power. However, it was easier said than done to shatter the bloodline shackles. Even someone as heaven-defying as Emperor Lu Feng had relied on the combined efforts of the six supreme monarchs to finally shatter his bloodline completely. At the last moment, in order to shatter his bloodline, he almost died. With his power, it was already so terrifying. If it were someone else, it would be even more difficult. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it would be impossible to survive. And this was still relative to those supreme kings. For example, this disciple's aptitude was only that of a peak genius. It was completely impossible for him to shatter the bloodline shackles. It could be said that his future was basically limited. After saying this, his power had been raised to the limit. In his eyes, the light of death kept appearing, and he kept trembling. However, since I have chosen this path, I will continue to walk it. Peak Celestial Immortal. What can a peak Celestial Immortal do? Since ancient times, there have been so many evildoers who have never been able to step into the Celestial Immortal realm. With my aptitude, unless I have a heaven-defying adventure, I will never be able to peek into the Celestial Immortal realm. Now that I can enter such a realm, I have no regrets. I really have no regrets. His voice gradually disappeared, and his power finally reached the peak. He did not use the power of the water caltrip incarnation, because it would cost a lot to use it. If he could not control it, he might even die. Therefore, unless he really couldn't fight back, he wouldn't use it at all. Finally, he completed the awakening of the half-step celestial power. Under the awe of the water caltrip incarnation, he even had a trace of the embryonic power of a genuine celestial immortal. Come on, Lu Feng, let me see your arrogant power. I don't believe that you are a monarch-level genius that only appears once in millions of years in this world. He was a third-level disciple. Compared to Lu Feng, he was an entire level higher. If Lu Feng wanted to defeat him, he would need to possess the battle strength of an emperor-level monster. However, he really did not believe, nor did he dare to believe, that the young man he had casually encountered here was an evildoer in the celestial immortal realm. The void was vast, mottled, and filled with infinite power. At this moment, the disciple felt as if he had entered an indescribable realm. His eyes were filled with unparalleled majesty. It was as if he was an incomparably great king looking down on all his subjects. In the next moment, he finally raised his arms slowly. Noisy, Lu Feng's voice was soft, but it rang out heavily, causing everyone to be slightly dazed. However, in the next moment, they were at a loss and completely dumbfounded. Lu Feng's figure had completely disappeared. There was no trace of him at all. When he reappeared, he was already beside the disciple. No one could see or grasp Lu Feng's speed. Even the half-step celestial immortal disciple had not expected this. However, Lu Feng really did it. He really appeared just like that. In the next moment, Lu Feng gently raised his arm. Under everyone's gaze, he raised his arm just like that. Everything happened so slowly that everyone could see it clearly. However, even though they could see it, they could not react. The half-step celestial immortal disciple could only watch as Lu Feng gently raised his arm and then gently lowered it. A figure was sent flying backward, slamming into the peak of the mountain and into the sect. At this moment, the world was in turmoil. It was really a complete turmoil. Lu Feng's attack did not seem to have used any strength. It was completely the strongest attack of his physical body. Such a scene caused everyone to be dumbfounded and at a loss. Lin Yu looked at Lu Feng. Countless thoughts were churning in his mind. He really could not imagine or believe that Lu Feng's strength would be to such an extent. Vaguely, he still remembered Lu Feng's words to him twice. Lu Feng said that he was here for everything. He was here for everything. As long as he was here, nothing would be a problem. All difficulties would not be difficult. In the past, he only thought that Lu Feng was ignorant because of his talent. He thought that Lu Feng was ignorant and fearless because of his own talent. He thought that he was the only one in the world. However, at this moment, Lin Yu really did not dare to think like that. He really did not dare to casually evaluate Lu Feng anymore. This was because Lu Feng's existence at this moment was a complete subversion. It was a subversion of their beliefs and perceptions. It was a subversion of their bottom line and limit. One strike, one strike. It was really just one strike. It was really just a light strike. There were no modeled strange phenomena. It seemed like a completely casual strike. However, such a casual strike had caused such a shocking scene. It had allowed Lu Feng to easily suppress a third-level disciple who was a half-step true immortal. Suppression. It was suppression. It was complete suppression. There was no other way to suppress that disciple so thoroughly that he could not resist. Floating quietly in the void, Lu Feng was a true immortal at this moment. He was a true supreme immortal. His eyes were still indifferent. They were still incomparably indifferent. At this moment, Lu Feng was really too shocked. His performance was too calm. Not much time had passed. Following the appearance of an even more terrifying wave of energy, the shock on everyone's faces faded. It was replaced by despair. It was even more despair. Yes, he still has a trump card. He is still not at his strongest. Although using the water caltrip incarnation will cause him great harm and pain, it is nothing compared to losing his life. What can it be compared to? The water caltrip incarnation has transformed into a water caltrip. Finally, it has appeared. 1 foot could crush the earth. The ferocious beast claw could tear the sky apart. The head of the beast was terrifying. The sharp sawtooth could even swallow an era in 1 bite. The scales that covered it were incomparably hard. It gave off a terrifying and majestic feeling that nothing could destroy it. This was the water caltrip. It was the extremely terrifying water caltrip of the ferocious beast of death. You are really an emperor-level disciple. You are really that monstrous emperor-level disciple who might not appear even once in millions of years. Lu Feng, the giant beast's voice was filled with shock. At this moment, although the disciple had transformed into a water caltrip, he was really shocked. An emperor-level disciple was equivalent to a supreme king. He was a monstrous genius of an era. In the original universe, such a being might not even appear in an entire era. Yet here, such a being had appeared so casually. Lu Feng was indifferent, still indifferent. At this moment, facing the water caltrip with the strength of a sky immortal, Lu Feng was still indifferent. That indifference that made one's hair stand on end. Looking at the water caltrip for a long time, Lu Feng smiled gently. And this smile finally made the indifference disappear. He is actually a middle-stage sky immortal. This bloodline fusion is really not bad. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the half-step true immortal disciple fell silent. He thought of the evaluation Lu Feng had given him earlier and the way he had said it. In the past, he had wanted to question Lu Feng on what basis did he have to say these things. What qualifications did he have to say these things? But at this moment, he couldn't say what he wanted to say, because he knew that Lu Feng had such qualifications. He was an emperor-level, monstrous genius. In this world, he was the #1 core supreme being in any holy land. He was absolutely qualified to say anything. He took a light breath. At this moment, the wind and clouds gathered. The sky and earth changed color. Even time and space were affected and began to dim slightly. The water caltrip's power was really terrifying. He had transformed into a real water caltrip. Although he could not compare to the water caltrip at his peak, he had all the magic that he should have. At this moment, the water caltrip, who was tens of thousands of feet tall, took a light breath. Even if he did not use the power of Sky Immortal, it was enough to change everything and make time and space pale in comparison. Indeed, I was shocked by you just now. This time, actually, I still have to thank you. If not for you, I would have forgotten that I have merged and transformed into a water caltrip. Now, I already have the power of a Sky Immortal. You are an Emperor-level monstrous genius. It is indeed terrifying. It is beyond the limit of my imagination. But so what? I'm a Sky Immortal. You are still a Void Immortal. The gap between us is not something that can be bridged by anything. My strength is not yours. It is far from what a Void Immortal like you can compare to. His voice was roaring, filled with a sense of madness. In the next moment, the water caltrip's huge beast foot had already stepped forward. It shattered a piece of the starry sky and charged towards Lu Feng crazily. Lu Feng smiled and shook his head as he looked at the terrifying figure in the distance who was slaughtering his way through. If it was me in the past, then perhaps I would have the urge to fight crazily. But now, after 2 months, I've already lost all of my impulses when facing you. You can die now. Chapter 8:15. The half-step true immortal disciple of the immortal sect had completely entered the state of the water chestnut. He had entered the peak domain and could devour the sun, the moon, and the starry sky, shattering the world in eras. The terrifying mouth that could devour everything opened and easily shattered the endless void. It was as if the world was going to be completely devoured by this mouth. A long distance was crossed in an instant. Compared to when Lu Feng had disappeared and reappeared, there was no difference. Such a huge body, coupled with this incomparably ferocious and terrifying scene, made people tremble in fear. Perhaps if it had been a monster like him, even an emperor-level monster, Lu Feng would have died completely in such a situation. Unfortunately, Lu Feng was not them. He was Lu Feng, Emperor Lu Feng. Today is the first battle that Emperor Lu Feng, will resound throughout the immortal devil era. His body started to become hazy. 6 indescribably dazzling lights appeared and quietly wrapped around every corner of Lu Feng's body. In an instant, Lu Feng's power of power started to rise, and rise crazily. In the next moment, just as the water chestnut giant beast arrived, Lu Feng's power of power finally completed the most thorough recovery and the most powerful enhancement. He had entered the peak of the limit. The endless, terrifying imperial will and the ultimate emperor's majesty were completely enhanced at this moment. Lu Feng had returned. The greatest emperor of the past, the emperor who had silenced the entire galaxy era, Lu Feng, had returned. The sacred truth body. Lu Feng's physical body had almost reached a level of transformation. His physical body was almost on the verge of becoming a sacred truth body. When Lu Feng was in the supreme divine body realm, it was enough to make all the sacred truth bodies pale in comparison. Therefore, at this moment, when his most terrifying battle body, which was almost on the verge of becoming a sacred truth body, was awakened, he was really invincible. Lu Feng had never used any weapons. For an existence like him, his physical body was the most powerful weapon. It was that terrifying and familiar punch again. At this moment, a shocking phenomenon was born in the void. That was an incomparably prosperous imperial kingdom. That was the imperial era. The ultimate kill that Lu Feng condensed was the ultimate kill below the 1 billion mortal dust and 1 billion immortals. The age of emperors. Descending, a single fist caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to split, creating a gap in the entire era. Although this couldn't be compared to the time when he had entered the forbidden mythological domain of combat power, where he had been in the era of the emperor, where his range was boundless. However, the current imperial era was much stronger and more frightening than when he had fought the 6 supreme monarchs. When the water caltrop was born, many existences were already in despair. They seemed to be able to see Lu Feng's instant death and the scene of themselves sinking into oblivion. However, when the era of emperors was born, they were able to confirm something else. It was over. Everything was really coming to an end. The emergence of the era of emperors made them believe that this was the end of everything. Lu Feng had won, a complete victory. Although the water caltrop was unparalleled and possessed the power of a mid-level sky immortal, its ending was already decided when the era of emperors arrived. It was completely doomed. Death would be his final destination. With a single punch, he had destroyed everything. He had destroyed anything. In a moment, the heavens and earth were overturned. The years were terrifying. The era was bleak. A figure was sent flying once again. It was him. It was still him. It was still him in front of the emperor, even though he had transformed several times and awakened several times. It was all in vain. Everything was a joke. In front of the emperor, he had no power to resist. No matter what domain he had entered, no matter how strong he had become, in front of the emperor, any power was a joke, a joke. He had failed once again, And once again, he was completely suppressed. His entire body was incomparably huge. Lu Feng's punch was so small, but it was this incomparably small punch that easily suppressed and crushed his opponent. Vaguely, the crowd could clearly see that the body was broken. They could see that the body was empty. They could see that his fate was broken. They could see the arrival of his death. He had been defeated, completely defeated. What was sent flying was a simple figure. It was the figure of his original body, the figure of a half-step true immortal realm cultivator. The water caltrop was powerful, but it also had its limits. Lu Feng was an existence that had exceeded his limits by a lot. Therefore, under Lu Feng's punch, the so-called water caltrop was instantly turned into nothingness. It was completely crushed by Lu Feng. It was completely obliterated. Another wave of heavens and earth shook. The entire mountain peak seemed like it was going to turn into ruins at this moment. The countless powerful seals in this subsect of the Supreme Immortal Sect were also completely shattered at this moment. Horror. This was horror. The whole world was horrified. Countless people were completely silent. They were completely at a loss. At this moment, they were really speechless. These people were speechless because of Lu Feng's strength, that extremely violent punch. That was the interpretation of a great blow. Lin Yu and the other disciples of the Supreme Immortal Sect were at a loss because they understood the meaning of this. They understood what Lu Feng had done now, what it meant. This is impossible. At this moment, Lin Yu did not know whether to laugh or cry, whether to rejoice that he had survived the disaster, or whether to be at a loss for what he had seen. He really did not know what was going on. He really could not understand what Lu Feng had done. Isn't he an Emperor Realm monstrous genius? Isn't he a void immortal? But why is he so powerful? Why is it that even a celestial immortal realm existence could not resist his killing power and was easily suppressed by him? Above the void immortal realm was the immortal realm. It was the four major realms of the immortal realm. Above the immortal realm was the true immortal realm. It was the four major realms of the true immortal realm. And above the genuine immortal realm was the celestial immortal realm. But what Lu Feng had done now, he had directly surpassed the immortal realm and the genuine immortal realm. He had directly suppressed and obliterated a mid-stage celestial immortal realm existence. Such a terrifying leap was simply unheard of. It was unprecedented. Not only Lin Yu, but also the disciples of the Supreme Immortal Sect around him thought so. In the Supreme Immortal Sect, they had seen countless collisions and seen innumerable monstrous geniuses. They had even seen and participated in the competition between the top monstrous geniuses. They had truly seen the existence of Emperor Realm monstrous geniuses. Once, when they first saw the Emperor Realm monstrous geniuses, they were shocked by that kind of terrifying strength, the kind that made their hair stand on end, and the kind of challenge that was completely beyond their level. But at this moment, compared to this, those so-called Emperor Realm monstrous geniuses seemed to have lost all their brilliance. They seemed to have become incomparably dim. Compared to Lu Feng Lai in front of them, those Emperor Realm monstrous geniuses were not emperors at all. This is the real emperor. This is the real emperor. The will of the emperor that was carried in that instant was simply incomparable and indescribable. The essence of it was the true meaning of the emperor. The era of the emperor. What an era of the emperor. This is the real emperor. Lin Yu sighed softly, looking at Lu Feng in the void. He finally understood why Lu Feng had been so calm, so steady, and so calm for so long. Indeed, with such strength, why would he need to panic? What a joke. All the strength, the so-called mid-stage, celestial immortal realm existence, in front of him was a complete joke. Silence. There was no longer any cheering between heaven and earth. Even if they had won, and Lu Feng had allowed them to survive, there was still silence at this moment. Because in the face of such a scene, they had forgotten to cheer. They had forgotten everything. After a long time, there was a slight tremor in the shattered mountain peak. A figure slowly walked out from the shattered area. The moment he saw the figure, Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he unconsciously shouted a sentence. Could it be that such a serious injury did not suppress him? Lin Yu was shocked once again, because he had already seen that the figure who walked out was actually the half-step true immortal disciple of the upper immortal sect, who had been easily suppressed twice by Lu Feng. He was actually not dead yet. After a moment of silence, he carefully observed. After a while, Lin Yu finally let out a long breath, because at this moment, he had seen it clearly. That disciple was basically dead. Now, he was like a lamp that had run out of oil. He no longer had any power. Therefore, he could still walk unsteadily only because of the burning of his soul at the end. Finally, step by step, the figure slowly came to the front of everyone's sight. Looking at him, everyone sighed helplessly. In the past, he was high-spirited and full of mettle. He had hidden so much and schemed so much. Hiding in this remote area, he hoped that he could rely on the power of the sacrifices to quickly reach the peak, so that he could amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and become a person above all others. Just a moment ago, he was also incomparably strong. In the face of anything, he was resolute to the end, showing a kind of supreme dominance. But who would have thought that after just 2 strikes, everything would disappear? He actually became like this, like he was close to death. He raised his head and looked up at Lu Feng. He was really looking up at Lu Feng. In the past, he could only look up to Lu Feng at his peak. Now that he was confirmed to be dead, he could only look up to Lu Feng even more. His eyes were endless gray. He was sure that he was going to die. This grayish-white color was a sign of death. Lu Feng, what kind of existence are you? Why have I never heard of you? In the endless world, our upper immortal sect is a famous emperor sect. We know all the peak existences in the various emperor holy grounds. But why have I never heard of your existence? Lu Feng was silent for a moment. He felt that the vitality of the disciple was rapidly fading away, and he was about to die. At this time, Lu Feng finally spoke. My existence is not something you can know. It is also not something that you can control. My title is the Emperor. My existence is the Emperor. My existence is subject to heaven and earth, so you don't need to know about me, and you can't know about me. Hearing Lu Feng's words, an indescribable color flashed in his eyes. In an instant, there was a terrifying tremor in his voice. Emperor, your title is actually the Emperor. You're actually the Emperor. According to ancient legends, one of the 5 ultimate kings, the Emperor. In the legends, didn't you take the final step and become an existence that no one can reach? Why, you actually... His voice came to an abrupt stop. In the next moment, a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. That's right, you shouldn't be that Emperor. Your existence should be the new Emperor. Among the 5 ultimate kings, the Emperor bloodline has always been the most powerful. Obviously, after the previous Emperor was truly invincible, you were born. You came here and continued to create a legend. A strange color flashed in Lu Feng's eyes. He heard it. He heard that there was actually a legend of the Emperor, the 5 ultimate kings. Then the other 4 ultimate kings should be the Immortal King, Demon King, Saint King, and the Divine King. At this moment, many doubts in Lu Feng's heart were suddenly solved. In the primal universe, among those who knew the origins of the 5 taboo kings, why the taboo kings were able to escape the obliteration of the great calamity of the era and exist through the era had always been a mystery. Now Lu Feng finally understood. It turned out that the 5 taboo kings all walked out from the remains of the primal, immortal, and devil era. All of them had survived their calamities in this place. The existence of the foreign battlefield has always been eternal. It is the only place that the great calamity of the universe can't completely affect. Although every great calamity causes the annihilation of all the living beings on the foreign battlefield, this place still exists. Chapter 8:16. The outer region battlefield had always been one of the eternal regions. The great calamity of the universe could only wipe out the living beings on it, but it could not completely destroy the outer region battlefield. As for the remains of the primordial immortal devil era, it was in the deepest part of the outer region battlefield and was protected by the outer region battlefield. This place had not been harmed by the great calamity of the universe, so it had always been intact. The 5 ultimate kings actually existed in the space left behind by the primordial immortal devil era. Therefore, even though they did not possess heaven-defying strength, they had managed to avoid calamities time and time again, continuing until now. Lu Feng finally came to a realization. He finally understood. Looking at Lu Feng, his eyes were completely devoid of color. Even the grayish-white color was so dim, as if it would disappear at any time. No wonder you were able to summon 6 essences of origin at the last moment. The essences of origin are a power that only Emperor-level monsters can comprehend. Once you comprehend 2 essences of origin, you will become an Emperor-level monster. But you actually comprehended 6 essences of origin at the pseudo-immortal realm. As expected of an emperor, as expected of the shocking successor of the eternal emperor bloodline, Lu Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Unparalleled power was called essences of origin here. Actually, after thinking for a while, Lu Feng understood the meaning behind it. Unparalleled power was the most terrifying power of the origin. It represented the extreme and inner essence of a power, so it was reasonable to call it essences of origin. Although there are 6 essences of origin, it is not that exaggerated. Legend has it that the immortal king, the demon king, the divine king, the sage king, and the other ultimate kings all traveled through endless time and space from the primordial age to the great wilderness, the primordial age and the savage age. They went through the ancient end, the primordial age, the ancient age, the middle age, and the near ancient age. The 4 desolates and 6 ancient ages are the 4 desolates and 6 ancient ages. After so many eras, they still exist and pass down their legacies. They transform time and time again, and finally in this era, the 11th era, they had a heaven-defying complete awakening and completed their heaven-defying return. They were all existences who had comprehended 9 essences of origin. A few thousand years ago, before the emperor took the greatest step, he had condensed 10 essences of origin. Emperor Lu Feng, compared to them, you still have a long way to go. This was not a mockery, because at this moment, he had already reached the end of his life, and he no longer had any right or reason to mock. Although he was killed by Lu Feng, he understood that dying in front of such a heaven-defying monarch was already good enough for him. He had no regrets. After all, he was the one who asked for it. Lu Feng of the Emperor of the immortal realm. The Emperor immortal, the immortal king, the sage king, and the divine king of the immortal. His true gap was not in terms of comprehension and battle prowess, but in terms of realm. SSSS, immortals of the immortals. They were definitely incomparably powerful existences. However, these people were only stronger than him in terms of their realm. In terms of combat strength, Lu Feng was confident that he was not weaker than any of the 4 great taboo kings before the Battle of the Kings. After the Battle of the Kings, his strength had reached an unimaginable level. Now, the heaven-defying changes had taken place while he was unconscious. This made Lu Feng even more incomprehensible. It had reached a level far beyond the limit. He was not afraid of the 4 great taboo kings at all. In a battle of the same level, Lu Feng, could absolutely crush them and win. This was him. This was how terrifying Emperor Lu Feng was now. Of course, Lu Feng could not say this out loud. After the true immortal disciple of the immortal sect finished speaking, his life force had completely disappeared. Lu Feng naturally did not have any chance to say anything to him. He watched as the disciple's body gradually turned pale and gray. In the end, he turned into dust and was annihilated by the wind. This, perhaps, is a kind of sorrow. When you think you are strong enough, of course, when you think you can succeed and overlook everything, fate will always arrange for an even more terrifying existence to appear and shatter your dreams and turn your hopes into nothingness. This is fate. Lin Yu lowered his head and muttered to himself. He really felt this kind of indescribable desolation at this moment. Lin Yu raised his head and looked at Lu Feng. At this moment, a very complicated expression appeared in his eyes. And for me to meet him, perhaps it is fate's arrangement. Being able to meet Lu Feng in Lin Yu's heart was perhaps fate's ingenious arrangement. In the darkest period of his life, when his life was withering, he met Lu Feng. Lu Feng's existence brought him back from the depths of despair and saved him from death and regret. In his eyes, this was fate's arrangement. After thinking this through, a strange light appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. In the void, Lu Feng stood quietly. At this moment, that incomparably terrifying power did not disappear. It was still tightly wrapped around his body, making Lu Feng even more powerful and terrifying. What is he trying to do? Tremble, tremble, tremble. The remaining immortal sect disciples were truly trembling. They did not know how Lu Feng was going to deal with them. After seeing Lu Feng's power increase even more terrifyingly, their hearts began to tremble. This kind of power is so terrifying. This was the only feeling Lin Yu had at this moment. Although the immortal level power was sealed in his body, his current realm was not even at Exuvia level 3. Therefore, he could only feel that Lu Feng's power was very terrifying, but he had no idea how terrifying it was. However, what he felt didn't mean that the remaining immortal sect disciples couldn't feel, because they were all experts with rich experience. Although they could not see how terrifying Lu Feng's power was at this moment, they could feel that the current Lu Feng was absolutely unparalleled in the world. Compared to when he suppressed the water chestnut with a single strike, it was much, much more terrifying. Gradually, all the power finally reached its peak level. At this moment, an indescribable strange change appeared in Lu Feng's eyes. He, finally, slowly stretched out his arm. In an instant, the great emperor's avatar behind him trembled. That was Lu Feng's avatar. This was the avatar of the great emperor's power. He quietly swept his gaze across the crowd. His eyes were filled with boundless majesty. Although he did not look in their direction, just the aftershock of his gaze was enough to make these people tremble from the bottom of their hearts. This was a kind of reverence, a kind of inner awe. This was a kind of inner change that could not be changed no matter what. When they faced Lu Feng, although they were not crushed by that kind of violent power, they all felt that kind of majesty from the depths of their souls. This was an existence that was more terrifying than any kind of pure power. Silence, silence, complete silence. Finally, the great emperor's avatar seemed to have seen something. A kind of astonished radiance appeared in his eyes. This was a radiance that could even penetrate space and time. At this moment, the great emperor's avatar was completely shaken. In the void, Lu Feng seemed to have fused with the great emperor's avatar and become one. He was the great emperor, and the great emperor was him. Power surged, and continued to surge. In the blink of an eye, Lu Feng unleashed a peerless, invincible attack at the terrifying mountain gate. Everyone's expressions changed. They had all seen how powerful Lu Feng was. Under the full power of power, this blow was enough to completely pulverize a mountain range that was hundreds of times bigger than this mountain range. Could it be that he wanted to completely obliterate everyone below with such a strike? However, everything happened in a split second. They couldn't even make the slightest change, and the attack had already arrived. Suddenly, everyone shut their eyes. They were waiting for death to descend, waiting for the moment of complete annihilation. 1 moment, 2 moments, time slowly passed. Gradually, more and more existences began to open their eyes. They could feel the boundless shaking of the world at the last moment. They could feel the impact that would shock the entire world. However, they did not feel the arrival of death. They did not feel that their bodies had completely disappeared. Finally, they opened their eyes. All of them opened their eyes. Looking at the scene before them, they were slightly at a loss. At this moment, Lu Feng had fused with the Great Emperor's avatar. His power of power was limitless and unprecedented. Under such extreme support, his power was comparable to that of a high-level sky celestial, which was also a sky immortal. However, even with such a terrifying power, Lu Feng still encountered difficulties. In front of him were some complicated patterns that were born in the void. They were intertwined and filled with a profound aura. It was as if this kind of existence was the condensation of countless mysterious secret techniques. Its shape was not fixed. Sometimes it was in the shape of a rotating galaxy. Sometimes it was like a kind of heaven and earth formation with distinct edges and corners. It was filled with countless restrictive auras, which made Lu Feng frown slightly. It seemed that he had fallen into a temporary state of helplessness. Lu Feng already knew the location of this upper immortal sect under his feet. He knew it even better than the disciples of the upper immortal sections. This was because in the past month, he had been using his soul power almost every day to investigate the existence of this subsect. Previously, when he heard that there were no great beings guarding this place, Lu Feng had become very interested in this mobile subsect under his feet. After all, if such a thing was placed in the original universe, it would definitely not be inferior to a ninth-grade weapon. A ninth-grade weapon was already the most terrifying weapon. Besides King Road, it was the pinnacle existence. Its value was innumerable. Its true value was innumerable. In addition, it had the refining techniques of the primordial immortal devil era. It could be said that if this thing was placed in the original universe, it would really be a priceless treasure. Of course, Lu Feng was not only interested in it because of these, but more importantly, he had thought of its use. There were countless restrictive spells on it. These restrictive spells seemed ordinary, but once a great being entered and activated these restrictive spells, this subsect would almost be a complete killing weapon. When he returned to the original universe, he would have to face God Slayer. With such a top killing weapon, there was no doubt that it would be of great help. Therefore, this time, Lu Feng really wanted to take this subsect of the upper immortal sect. Chapter 817. Lu Feng's brows furrowed even tighter as he looked at the constantly changing formation runes in front of him. After entering the peak state of his life, he began to use his unparalleled divine ability to investigate the situation of this subsect. After studying for a long time, he finally found the real core. Lu Feng knew that as long as the power of this core was destroyed, all the restrictions would lose the power supply. Before the next supply of power, they would not have any effect. Fortunately, after Lu Feng used countless mysteries and powers, in addition to the knowledge he had learned from the primordial scripture, he finally found the final core. By relying on this, Lu Feng was able to shatter the camouflage power and open the core area completely. However, when he saw the core, Lu Feng still frowned, because he found that he was wrong, really wrong. Previously, he thought that the restriction that supplied the core power should be very easy to shatter, but now it seemed that he was ridiculously wrong. This core restriction was not the most powerful restriction among the countless restrictions, but it was enough to be ranked in the top. Who would have thought that the core restriction that was only providing power would actually be such a powerful existence? In the previous attack, Lu Feng only shattered the camouflage and protective power outside, but now he did not dare to casually attack, because Lu Feng was not sure if he could break the core restriction once he used all his strength. He knew that if he failed, then he was afraid that he would be in danger. After all, this was a restriction. If he could not break it, he would inevitably suffer from its backlash. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Feng slowly raised his arm, and in the next moment, countless power was born and began to madly pour into it. This kind of power was enough to easily obliterate a low-level divine realm expert. But for Lu Feng, this was nothing because this power was only used to test, and it was only used to test. Countless power poured into the restriction pattern, causing the pattern that was constantly changing shape to stagnate slightly at this moment. But in the next moment, an extremely violent power suddenly appeared and madly counterattacked Lu Feng. A shocking light appeared in Lu Feng's eyes. In the next moment, Lu Feng unleashed a shocking attack, directly annihilating the terrifying counterattack in the void. After finishing all this, Lu Feng was silent, and he gently exhaled with an indescribable look of helplessness in his eyes. Sure enough, it's still not enough, it's still not enough. Lu Feng could feel that the existence of this restriction was really terrifying. The powerful smash that was comparable to a divine realm expert just now did not cause much damage to the restriction. Such a scene made Lu Feng understand that a divine realm expert's attack could not cause much damage to the restriction. At the thought of this, he looked helpless. A terrifying weapon of the 9th grade level is indeed not something that I can covet now. Lu Feng was powerful, but the corresponding level of this 9th grade godly item was at the level of the virtual king. Many peerless almighties might not even be able to possess a weapon condensed from a 9th grade godly item. It could be said that such an item was an extremely precious existence in the original universe. Back then, the battle platform that we used for the final battle of the kings was only made from a 9th grade godly item. But its power is much weaker than a 9th grade godly item. Lu Feng thought of the battle platform that existed when he had participated in the Battle of the Kings. That battle platform was provided by the Alchemist Alliance, and it was a relatively common 9th grade godly item. To be honest, other than its sturdiness, it did not have any other value. Otherwise, with such a large area of precious 9th grade godly item, even a few pinnacle overlords would not be willing to take it out. Actually, this restriction is not completely unbreakable. It is still possible for me. In half a month's time, Lu Feng would be able to enter a complete state. At that time, his power would be comparable to a pinnacle heaven immortal. And at that moment, he would even have enough power to shatter the forbidden mythological domain of battle power and enter the level of a king. After entering the forbidden mythological domain of battle power, his power would be absolutely shocking and unparalleled. It would be enough to look down on the first-tier divine king realm and all the kings among the universe supremes. Back then, after he had executed the 1 billion mortal dust, 1 billion immortals, Eventime Overlord had fought to the death. Hence, once he entered such a domain, this so-called restriction was nothing at all. It was not even qualified for him to look at it directly. But unfortunately, Lu Feng could not afford to wait. Even if it was half a month's time, he could not afford to wait. When I touched this restriction, I am afraid that the main sect of the Supreme Immortal Sect would have already received the news. Although I tried my best to cover it up, I could only cover it up for a while. It is absolutely impossible to cover it up for such a long time. If I can't think of a way after a while, then I can only give up. Lu Feng was determined to obtain this Supreme Immortal Sect's subsect. But now, it seemed that he had been too optimistic. If this continued, he was afraid that before he could complete everything, he would be discovered by the people of the Supreme Immortal Sect. Then, they would descend here and severely injure him. If I was in a peak state, then it would not matter at all. But now I still have half a month's time. This half a month's time is really too long. If I don't reach the peak, I will not be able to shatter that domain and enter the forbidden mythological domain of battle power. Lu Feng sighed slightly. He looked at the incomparably complicated pattern world in front of him. Finally, he turned around and walked down. With a gentle step, he crossed the limits of time and space. He walked across the distance between heaven and earth. Lu Feng's footsteps were incomparably indifferent, but his appearance was incomparably extravagant. Standing quietly in front of the 100,000 disciples, Lu Feng's eyes were incomparably calm. Okay, you can leave here. In a while, the people of the Supreme Immortal Sect will descend here. At that time, if you want to leave, I am afraid there will be no possibility. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the 100,000 disciples were slightly stunned. Then, their faces turned pale. The next moment, they frantically ran out of the door, as if they were afraid that if they slowed down for a second, they would completely die. Looking at the 100,000 people restless scene, Lu Feng was still incomparably calm. It had to be said that the potential of a person was endless. Under the shadow of death, the speed of those people leaving was incomparably fast. It was almost the limit of life. Lu Feng did not have much feelings for them. This was because Lu Feng knew that the future of these people was probably like that. They had sacrificed so many times that they did not have much life left. Even if they left this place, if they could not cultivate to a higher realm, they would definitely die in a very short period of time. Lu Feng could not help with this. After all, refining elixirs to replenish the lifespan of 100,000 people was a very burdensome thing for him. Moreover, Lu Feng did not want to help. He really did not have any reason to help them. At this moment, the only people left in the world were Lu Feng, Lin Yu, and the remaining 3 Supreme Immortal Sect disciples. Even the people who were brought by the 5 disciples from the Supreme Immortal Sect headquarters left in a frenzy. They all knew what kind of sect the Supreme Immortal Sect was. If those people knew that such a thing had happened, they would definitely be blamed by the Supreme Immortal Sect. They would be completely obliterated and turned into nothingness. Therefore, at this moment, these people also left in a frenzy. It was not that the remaining 3 Supreme Immortal Sect disciples did not want to leave. It was just that they could not and did not dare to leave. This was because they could clearly feel that Lu Feng had already enveloped them with endless power, giving them an indescribable sense of majesty. Finally, after all those people left, one of the Supreme Immortal Sect disciples could not help but speak. Emperor, in a while, the elders of our Supreme Immortal Sect will be here. If you are willing to let us go, then we will speak for you. With your aptitude, if you join the Supreme Immortal Sect, you will definitely become the most honorable existence below the Sect Master. You don't make a mistake. At the beginning, he was still speaking intermittently. However, later on, he was able to say everything skillfully. At this moment, he seemed to have entered a state of mind. At the last moment, he was even incomparably excited. From beginning to end, Lu Feng's expression was the same as before. He looked calmly at the disciple, and after he finished speaking, Lu Feng finally smiled. This smile was like the light of dawn in the darkness, allowing the disciple to see hope. A glimmer of light appeared in his eyes, as if he had already seen the hope of survival. Just as he was about to say something and strike while the iron was hot, Lu Feng's voice slowly rang out. Are you done speaking?" The disciple was slightly taken aback. Then, his expression changed drastically. To be able to cultivate to such a level, he was naturally not an idiot. When he heard Lu Feng's words, he understood something. At the side, Lin Yu also smiled. "Your idea is indeed not bad. Trick Lu Feng into joining your Supreme Immortal Sect. This way, not only will you not die this time, but you will also be able to recommend an existence like Lu Feng and obtain an incomparably terrifying reward." Not bad. Not bad at all. Indeed, if Lu Feng was really moved and joined the Supreme Immortal Sect, then he and these people would be fellow disciples of the same sect. In that case, there would be no conflict between them. Furthermore, if they were able to recommend an ultimate king like Lu Feng to their sect, perhaps they would not be punished. On the contrary, they would obtain countless benefits. After all, Lu Feng was the ultimate king. Unfortunately, although his idea was good, the reality was incomparably cruel. Lu Feng, how could he possibly join such a sect? How could he join a sect that relied on the sacrifices of others to accumulate achievements? Lin Yu could sense that Lu Feng's arrogance was absolutely extreme. A person like him would never join a sect like the Supreme Immortal Sect. Therefore, his words were considered an answer on behalf of Lu Feng. Chapter 8:18. According to what that disciple just said, the Supreme Immortal Sect should be an Emperor-grade sect. Although Emperor-grade sects are considered one of the most terrifying sects in the entire era, you are still an Emperor-grade sect. Above you are the legendary Emperor-grade sects, as well as the sacred grounds that traverse the 4 desolates and 6 ancient times. The ultimate kings don't even care about the sacred grounds. As for the Overlord, he was the strongest existence among the 5 great ultimate kings. Given Lu Feng's greatness, what right does the Supreme Immortal Sect have to recruit him? Lin Yu's eyes were filled with mockery as he said this. Lin Yu would definitely not hold back when he mocked the Supreme Immortal Sect. After all, he really hated the Supreme Immortal Sect too much. After all, a large part of his life had been taken away by the Supreme Immortal Sect. Therefore, at this moment, Lin Yu did not hold back at all when he could ridicule him. The three disciples of the Supreme Immortal Sect were silent. They knew that Lin Yu was right. Although the Supreme Immortal Sect's main sect was terrifying and could be considered the overlord of a prefecture, they were still only the overlord of a prefecture. Compared to the emperor-grade sects that dominated a continent or the sacred grounds that had traversed the 4 desolates and 6 ancient times, they were still inferior. An ultimate king like Lu Feng didn't even care about the sacred grounds. Therefore, the Supreme Immortal Sect simply didn't have the qualifications to recruit him. The 3 disciples of the Supreme Immortal Sect looked at Lin Yu and Lu Feng in despair. It could be said that unless they were allowed to leave this place, they would definitely die. Even if Lu Feng didn't kill them, once the elders of the Supreme Immortal Sect arrived, they would still die without a doubt. They were really going to die. When they looked at each other, they saw the unwillingness in each other's eyes. They looked at Lu Feng, who seemed to be focusing all his attention on the core array, and nodded slightly. In the next moment, the 3 figures disappeared in an instant. They burned their bodies and flew away. Looking in the direction they left, Lin Yu's face tensed up. In this branch of the Immortal Sect, too many people had died. Just in the past 20 years, more than 1 million people had been completely annihilated because of the sacrifice. All of this was inseparable from these 5 people. Therefore, they should all die. Unfortunately, there was nothing Lin Yu could do as he watched them frantically running away. Right now, he was only 1 step away from the first of the 3 Exuvia realms, the Heaven and Earth realm. However, he still didn't have any way to deal with these people who had already burned everything they had. At this moment, Lin Yu could only look at Lu Feng anxiously, hoping that Lu Feng could do something to punish them. However, it was a pity that Lu Feng seemed to be focusing all his attention on the core array in front of him. He didn't see anything strange in the surroundings and didn't see those people leaving. Lin Yu wanted to tell Lu Feng, but when he saw Lu Feng's incomparably focused expression, he didn't say anything in the end. There was no relationship between Lu Feng and him. If he really wanted to talk about it, the reason he could survive this time was because of Lu Feng's help. He simply didn't have the qualifications to ask Lu Feng for anything. In the end, Lin Yu didn't say anything. He just stood there quietly and looked at the incomparably serious Lu Feng in the sky. However, in the next moment, he saw Lu Feng raise his arm. He raised it slightly, raised it gently, and then slowly lowered it. Everything was so peaceful. However, the result was incomparably shocking. This was because when Lu Feng's arm fell, 3 shocking fluctuations suddenly came from 3 different places in the void. These 3 places were the direction where the 3 Supreme Immortal Sect's disciples had fled. Time passed, and Lu Feng could feel that the seal he had placed on Yi Futian would not be able to last much longer. Perhaps in the next moment, the news that the core restriction of the subsect had been touched would be transmitted to the Supreme Immortal Sect. At that time, even if Lu Feng didn't want to, he would have to give up. Looking at the strange array in front of him that was still constantly changing its appearance, Lu Feng finally chose to give up. He knew that the creator of this array was an extreme master in the field of array formations. He was even close to the Human King realm. Such a terrifying array formation condensed by a master was not something he could break just by looking at it casually. In the end, Lu Feng still gave up the idea of comprehending this array formation. A trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes, but in the end, he seemed to have thought of something and made up his mind. Lu Feng still decided. Phew, anyway, when I fully recover in half a month, I can break the forbidden mythological domain. I'm afraid that thing won't be of much use in the future. It's better to give it a try. Lu Feng had decided not to use any other methods. It was possible to rely on himself to comprehend the true essence of this array formation pattern, but the time it would take would definitely not be a small number. It would take much longer than waiting for him to recover to his peak state to break it with brute force. Therefore, Lu Feng gave up this unrealistic idea. His only plan at the moment was to use the same method as before, which was the method of brute force. Brute force was complete brute force, which was Lu Feng's most extreme method of brute force. This did not mean that he had a way to recover to his former peak state, but because he still had other means. He waved his arm and took out a fragment from the exclusive space of the void. It was an irregular metal fragment. It was incomparably dim and full of traces of the baptism of time. This fragment looked mottled, but its origin was really not simple at all. This was because its original form was the standard armor of the legendary Supreme Army. As the name implied, the Supreme Army was made up of the Divine King. The weapons used by the Divine King were all 10th grade Emperor weapons, which surpassed 9th grade artifacts. Of course, after being turned into a fragment, it no longer had its former power. Moreover, the power of the Divine King's armor had been suppressed. What suppressed it was not the seal of an expert, but just a little bit of dark red on it. It was just his blood. I didn't expect that after shattering the shackles of my bloodline and completely severing the last trace of connection with you, in the end, I still have to rely on your strength to succeed. There was a trace of helplessness on his face. He had shattered the bloodline of the Human King, but in the end, he had to rely on the drop of blood of the Human King. He had to rely on the power of that drop of blood to complete the final shattering. Looking at the dark red color on the metal fragment, Lu Feng hesitated slightly. He knew that if the balance was removed, there would be a shocking change. Back then, Lu Xiaoran had told him how to use this drop of blood correctly. Lu Xiaoran had hoped that Lu Feng could use this drop of blood as a life-saving tool. After all, this was the blood of the Human King. Even if this blood erupted, it would definitely not harm Lu Feng, who possessed the Human King's blood. However, things were different now, because he had already shattered the shackles of the Human King's bloodline. He was no longer the Lu Feng of the past. In that case, if the Human King's bloodline erupted again, Lu Feng really did not know whether he would be able to harm himself. His hesitation disappeared in an instant, because Lu Feng was not a hesitant person. Once he made a decision, Lu Feng would definitely not hesitate, because that was not the style of an emperor. Finally, Lu Feng lifted the metal fragment in his hand. His expression was extremely solemn. Lu Feng was already prepared to leave this place at any moment. He was currently at a critical juncture and could no longer tolerate any harm. Although Lu Feng was resolute, he was not an idiot. If the power of that bloodline really wanted to harm him, then Lu Feng would definitely not stand there and wait to be harmed. Lu Feng sighed softly as he looked at the slightly dazed Lin Yu below him. Just now, all his attention had been on the restriction in front of him, and he had almost forgotten about Lin Yu's existence. If he had left him here, then he would have probably died in an instant. At that time, even if Luo Yunyang made a move, he probably would not have been able to save him. The power of the Human King's blood. Although it is only the blood of a human king, the power of this blood cannot be compared to anything else. Human King, that was a supreme dominator-level existence. Lu Feng also knew that the Human King was the person they had set their eyes on. In their hearts, it was an existence that could replace him. Such a powerful Human King. Just a drop of blood was enough to make people endlessly alarmed. If the power of this drop of blood completely erupted, then Lu Feng believed that unless he entered the forbidden mythological domain, he would not be able to resist it. Luo Yunyang gently waved his arm and lifted Lin Yu up, pulling him directly to his side. At this moment, Lin Yu's expression was slightly nervous. It was his first time flying in the air. If he wanted to fly in the sky, then he needed to be at least at the Exuvia level 3. And obviously, he was not at that level yet. Therefore, this was his first time flying in the air. Naturally, he was incomparably nervous. Looking at the slightly flustered Lin Yu beside him, Lu Feng hesitated for a moment and said, "Lin Yu, in order to be able to completely control this subsect, I need to use some special methods." At that moment, a very terrifying power may be produced. If it really erupts, even I will not be able to protect you. Therefore, before using it, I want to send you to a safe place first." Hearing this, Lin Yu gently nodded his head. Lu Feng regarded Lin Yu as his friend. After all, Lin Yu was the first person he could really talk to after coming here, other than the old man. Obviously, Lin Yu had helped him a lot. Therefore, Lu Feng wanted to consult Lin Yu's opinion. After seeing Lin Yu agree, Lu Feng casually tore a crack in the void. "You go. Wait for me there for a while. Whether it succeeds or not, I will still go and find you. I will help you unravel the secret of your origin." Hearing Lu Feng's last sentence, Lin Yu's eyes flashed with a trace of excitement. But in the end, he did not say anything. After deeply nodding his head, Lin Yu directly stepped into the void crack. After closing the void crack, Lu Feng's eyes finally focused on the metal fragments in front of him. Gently exhaling, Lu Feng's eyes revealed an indescribable color. The next moment, he finally stretched out his arm and finally pulled a powerful force towards the metal fragments. Although he could no longer use his bloodline power to pull it, Lu Feng still had other methods. If it was just pulling it, it was incomparably easy for him to do it. At this moment, an incomparably huge force was injected into the metal fragments, causing an indescribable color to appear. Chapter 819. In an endless and tranquil world, there were flowers and leaves everywhere. Here, the four seasons alternated. Here, the space was distinct. This was a legendary holy land, a mythical place. A young and cold figure stood under a tree, looking at the fallen leaves and watching the passage of time. In his eyes, there was a faint sense of desolation. Unknowingly, a figure walked out from beside him. He was also an incomparably young existence. However, this youth gave off an extremely contradictory feeling. His existence seemed to be a combination of extreme opposites. Quietly existing, his body was filled with the vigor of a true era. However, his temperament was actually an illusion that he had experienced all kinds of hardships. Looking at the man beside him, who was looking at the tree and admiring the flowers, he finally spoke. Could it be that he has returned? Hearing the young man's words, the cold man fell silent. He froze and pondered. After a long while, he smiled. At this moment, all the flowers in the surroundings actually bloomed in an instant. The sky was filled with fallen leaves. A kind of drifting beauty of time was born. It shouldn't be him. Back then, after Liu Bei fought until he was invincible here, he left completely. He did so much for her. He even completely disappeared from the primal universe and hid his tracks. I think before she truly wakes up, he shouldn't have left that place. Hearing the cold man's words, the conflicted man nodded lightly. The fluctuation of power just now was really too weak. Compared to Liu Bei's strength, the difference was too obvious. I'm afraid this was merely an object that carried his aura. Both of them could accept this explanation, because in their hearts, this was the reality. If it was really a human emperor who had entered this place, then how could they not have felt the fluctuation of power that shook the earth and invincible the universe? Indeed, Liu Bei is really heaven-defying and powerful. It's a pity that his weakness is too obvious. It's good that he values friendship. However, he values friendship too much. For her, he actually gave up his eternal status. What a pity. The words of the conflicted man made the cold man raise his eyebrows slightly. In your opinion, this might not be worth it. However, this is the greatness of a human emperor. The reason why he was able to reach such a level was because he had the most terrifying persistence in his heart. This is his weakness, but how could it not be his greatness? Hearing the cold man's words, the conflicted man was silent for a moment before he finally shook his head gently. Seeing this scene, the aloof-looking man smiled again. You will never understand these things because you are not sovereign personages. The conflicted man shrugged his shoulders lightly. His voice rang out at this moment. The way you final kings think is really strange. However, if you aren't unique, then you wouldn't be the ultimate kings. After passing through the 4 desolates and 6 antiquities, all the way to the present 11th era, you have always been at the peak of the monstrous geniuses. You have always absorbed the fortunes of the era. Every time you reach the peak, the pinnacle of origin golden immortals, you refused to break through. When you reached such a level, it was as though you had undergone nirvana. You completely fell back to the lowest level of existence. Although you've become peak Hunyuan golden immortals, your power is infinitely terrifying, and you're even comparable to the most invincible time immortal venerable with the help of those ultimate blessings. Even epic immortal venerable couldn't do anything to you, but you still haven't stepped into the immortal king realm. I know that it's extremely easy for you to become an immortal king. Even the epic immortal sovereign, as long as you want to, can step into that realm at any time. But why are you still unwilling to take that final step? I believe that once you become epic immortal sovereigns, you will be invincible. Epic immortal sovereigns won't be able to fight against you at all. Don't tell me that all of you insist on pursuing the sovereign realm. Hearing this, the cold-faced man shook his head slightly. You're still epic immortal sovereign. Perhaps you've traveled through countless eras, but you'll never understand the destiny we bear. We have our reasons for being like this. These are things that you will never understand. The man with the contradiction was epic immortal sovereign. He was epic immortal sovereign, who was comparable to an overlord of an era. Who would have thought that this seemingly young and old man with the contradiction, this seemingly ordinary young man with no power, was actually a living epic immortal sovereign? This was shocking, shocking, shocking. Epic immortal sovereign could only shake his head slightly after hearing the cold-faced man's words. He didn't understand. He really didn't understand. He didn't want to understand any of this. I really don't want to meddle in your affairs anymore, but I hope that this time you won't make this era too chaotic. Otherwise, it won't be easy for us to clean up. Can we? Holy King. The cold-faced man was Holy King, one of the 5 ultimate kings of the current era. Like the Divine King, he had never appeared in the original universe. Many people thought that the 2 of them had never awakened. However, Lu Feng had never thought so. Lu Feng already knew that this was the true era, the greatest era, and also the final era. They definitely wouldn't continue to be silent. It turned out that Holy King had also awakened. It was just that he existed in the space left behind by the original immortal devil era. The activation of the bloodline of the human king was extremely terrifying. Lu Feng bathed in the light of the human king quietly. He looked at the flickering image of the human king with faint ripples in his eyes. The 2 of them looked at each other in silence. Their eyes were calm and indifferent. Time seemed to have turned into an eternity, as if it had been frozen for eternity. At this moment, Lu Feng finally let out a soft sigh and said his own words. You're really still alive? Lu Feng had felt the ripples of the bloodline of the human king many times. At the last moment before the bloodline was shattered, he seemed to have seen the existence of the human king. However, Lu Feng really didn't dare to confirm. He didn't dare to say that the human king was definitely still alive. Therefore, he asked at this moment. Hearing Lu Feng's words, the human king's image smiled gently. If I were already dead, then this imprint of mine wouldn't be like this. Actually, there was no need for the human king to say it. Lu Feng could also understand these things. Now, the image was filled with intelligence. It could even be said that a projection had descended. If the human king was already dead, then this image wouldn't appear at all. It was completely impossible for it to appear. I'm indeed not dead. I still exist, although he had already known and confirmed it. When a human king's image said these words, Lu Feng's heart still shook endlessly. There was still an indescribably complicated feeling. At this moment, looking at the human king's image, Lu Feng finally bowed slightly and saluted. Although there was a huge gap in seniority between him and the human king, in Lu Feng's heart, the human king was always an existence worthy of respect. The things he did for the human race, the things he did for the Lu family, were always worthy of respect. Even if he, Lu Feng, didn't have the bloodline of the human king. Even if he had already shattered the shackles of his bloodline and was no longer related to the bloodline of the human king, he still had to be respectful. Because no matter what, the human king was his ancestor. Without the human king, there wouldn't be the Lu family. Without the Lu family, there wouldn't be Lu Tao. And without Lu Tao, where would Lu Feng come from? Seeing Lu Feng's 3 respectful bows, the human king didn't say anything. He didn't do anything. He just watched quietly until Lu Feng was done. Then he smiled for real. Not bad at all. I never imagined that there would be an existence like you among my juniors. Shatter the shackles of your bloodline and shatter the restrictions of your path. From now on, the vastness of the world will be yours to wander about. Lu Feng was silent for a moment before he chuckled and nodded. The last thing that restricted him was the existence of his bloodline. Now that he had shattered his bloodline, he had entered an environment where there were no longer any restrictions. The vastness of the world was his to soar. Ancestor, where is your true body? When he heard Lu Feng's question, the illusory human king shook his head without hesitation. I am just a trace of an imprint in the human king's bloodline. He had reached the sovereign lord realm, so his will was the greatest of all wills. Anything related to him carried the weight of his will. It was also because of this that I appeared in a drop of his blood. But I'm just a small part of his will. As for the situation of my true body, I have no idea at all. The only thing I can be sure of is that my true body, which is human King Liu Bei, is still alive. He has become even more powerful and extreme. As for the rest, I have no idea at all. Lu Feng was silent. Finally, he exhaled softly. At that moment, his heart was filled with complicated emotions. To be honest, Lu Feng really wanted to contact the human king through the imprint in the drop of blood. It wasn't that he needed the human king's help. Instead, Lu Feng was worried about the matters of the original universe. Lu Feng knew that it wouldn't be easy to return to the original universe. At least, given his current power, it was impossible. Moreover, he didn't have any connections or means to do so. Therefore, he wanted to find the human king and contact him. He hoped that the human king would protect the human race and the Lu family for the sake of the bloodline inheritance. Unfortunately, it seemed that he had been thinking too much. Seeing Lu Feng's silence, the phantom of the human king smiled gently. This should be the second universe. Chapter 820. Lu Feng was slightly taken aback. This was the first time he had heard of this name. However, in an instant, Lu Feng reacted. The second universe should be where he was now. It should be the space left behind by the primordial immortal devil era. The second universe, it's really vivid. It's really appropriate. The space here was infinitely vast. It was definitely much, much larger than the outer region battlefield. Obviously, it was very appropriate to call it the second universe. Suddenly, Lu Feng seemed to have thought of something. He looked at the phantom of human king. Have you been here before? The phantom of human king nodded slightly. Once, after I entered the domain of the divine king, I came here. At this point, an indescribable color appeared in human king's eyes. It was an extremely complicated color. However, at this moment, Lu Feng was not in the mood to pay attention to these things. He looked at human king and asked in a slightly hurried manner, "Then, do you know how to leave this place?" Upon hearing that Lu Feng wanted to leave this place, the doppelganger formed by this drop of blood was clearly taken aback. Leave this place? Right now, you're not even a god. Although you're really heaven-defying and more terrifying than my original body, you're still a god. Ultimately, you're just an existence that's not even a god. In the second universe, the speed of cultivation is absolutely shocking. Even when I reached the realm of time Overlord, I also came here to cultivate and become an epic overlord. Human King had actually become an epic overlord in the second universe. No wonder, back in the original universe, there had been no strange phenomenon related to Human King becoming an epic overlord. It should be known that since ancient times, any existence that had become an epic overlord would have a shocking, strange phenomenon in the universe. This was something that missions could not cover up. It was a shocking phenomenon that belonged to the entire universe. Anyone could feel it. Unfortunately, when the human king began to shatter his shackles and went from a 10th-tier virtual king to a divine king supreme, he had shattered 2 divine king forbidden mythological domains and become a 2nd-tier divine king overlord of time. However, in the subsequent eras, there were no anomalies in the universe. This made many people think that the human king had only become the overlord of time and not the overlord of an era. Now Lu Feng finally understood. It wasn't that the human king hadn't achieved anything, nor was it that he had used some shocking means to cover up everything. It was because the human king had become the overlord of the era in Universe 2. This could be considered as answering some of Lu Feng's questions. Of course, these thoughts only lasted for a moment before disappearing completely because he had more important things to do now. Primogenitor, I have something very important that I have to return to. Therefore, even if this place is suitable for me to cultivate, I will absolutely not stay here. Can you tell me how to get back? Hearing this, the human king phantom was silent for a moment. After a while, he shook his head gently. Seeing this, Lu Feng's expression changed. It was indescribably pale. Looking at Lu Feng, the human king phantom said slowly, "It's not that I don't want to tell you, but it's because you don't have the power to do so. If you want to return to the original universe, the method is very simple. That is to shatter the crystal wall of this space-time. The space coordinates of the original universe are all in the Holy Lands here. However, if you want to get those things, you need to have enough power. The primogenitors of the Holy Lands are all at the level of the true overlords of the era. If you want to get the space coordinates from them, you need to have enough power. And to shatter the crystal wall of this space-time, you also need the power of an era overlord. Therefore, if you want to return to the original universe, you need to at least reach the pinnacle of the era overlords. At this moment, Lu Feng's face was extremely pale. He had endless confidence in himself. But even so, Lu Feng knew that if he wanted to enter the realm of an era overlord, he would need an immeasurable amount of time. He could definitely reach the realm of an era overlord, but the amount of time he needed was an astronomical figure. Currently, he had not even reached the level of a deity. By the time he became an era overlord, it would probably be close to 1,000 years later. Vaguely, Lu Feng thought of the past. In the historical remains, he had said something to Lu Feng. It will take a very long time. As expected, it will take a very long time. If I don't have enough aptitude, then it won't be a very long time. It will become an eternity. Looking at Lu Feng's pale face, the illusory figure of the human king showed a hint of seriousness. He could feel how turbulent Lu Feng's heart was at this moment. Logically speaking, even if an absolute genius like Lu Feng had encountered a difficult problem, he should not have such an expression. However, he was really in such a state, and he even had such a panicked expression. Such a scene should not have happened. Wake up! It was a simple word, but it contained an indescribable, unparalleled majesty. The moment the voice appeared, it immediately woke up Lu Feng, who was on the verge of insanity. At this moment, Lu Feng's face was covered in cold sweat. He had almost sunk into insanity just now. Looking at the illusory figure of the human king, Lu Feng bowed respectfully with gratitude. What happened? Hearing the question of the human king, Lu Feng hesitated for a moment, but he still told him everything. After hearing these words, the illusory figure of the human king smiled. It was a strange smile. You don't have to worry about this. Don't have to worry? Lu Feng was slightly delighted. He had thought of something. Ancestor, could it be that your original body has made a move? The illusory figure of the human king shook his head gently. Separated by the crystal wall of the era, I can't contact my original body at all. However, I can sense that my original body should be in that place. It should still be there. After a moment of silence, the illusory figure of the human king did not continue. At this moment, he really did not want to say it. In the primal universe, the only thing that could make Lu Feng feel at ease was the appearance of the human king. However, at this moment, he was saying that the human king was there, but he could not appear. This made Lu Feng feel at a loss. Then why do you want me to feel at ease? If the human king said to feel at ease, then he really could feel at ease. After all, that was what the human king said. Looking at Lu Feng, the illusory figure of the human king's smile did not change. It was still the same as before. As a disciple of the Lu family, you should know what the core area of the Lu family is, right? Lu Feng was silent for a moment. After a moment, an indescribable light flashed in his eyes. Human King Palace. Human King Palace was a true pinnacle grade, 12-weapon condensed by the human king. According to the legends of the Lu family, once the human King Palace's power was fully activated, it could even protect the human king and the Lu family to survive the universe catastrophe and enter the next era. It could be said that although human King Palace was only a grade 12 weapon, its true power, especially when it came to resisting disasters, was not inferior to any legendary grade 13 weapons. Even the totem of the Great Wilderness might not be able to emulate human King Palace. This was the human King Palace. When the illusory figure of the human king mentioned the human King Palace, Lu Feng vaguely understood something. He knew that the human King Palace was definitely not simple. There had to be a terrifying backup plan set up by the human king. Sure enough, the voice of the illusory figure of the human king was heard again. The human King Palace was not created by my main body to resist the great tribulation of the universe. I understand that the universe catastrophe of this era is simply not something that can be resisted. Lu Feng nodded his head indifferently. Even though he was not even a god, he could still sense the difference in space-time. How could the human king, who had surpassed him and could see through space-time, not know this? The human King Palace exists to resist an organization. That organization is the god Punisher. At this moment, Lu Feng took a deep breath of cold air. He was really shocked. He was completely shocked. Lu Feng had never imagined that the human King Palace existed to resist the god Punisher. This was the human King Palace condensed by the human king. It was a terrifying grade 12 pinnacle weapon that could survive the universe catastrophe. However, the purpose of its existence was to resist the god Punisher. In other words, the existence of the god Punisher was actually comparable to the universe catastrophe. Ancestor, what kind of existence is the god Punisher? Why do we need to use such an exaggerated method to resist it? Lu Feng understood that he had taken the god Punisher too lightly. The terror of the god Punisher was definitely beyond the limits of his imagination. Otherwise, why would the human king be so serious about it? The illusory figure of the human king was silent for a moment. After a while, he shook his head gently. There was an indescribable color in his eyes. You have no way of knowing these things now. When you have enough power, when you can return to the origin, you will know. When he returned to the original universe, Lu Feng would have the power of an overlord of an era. By then, there would be no point in knowing these things. Lu Feng was silent. He knew that it was useless for him to know these things now. Since the human king had said so, there was nothing else he could ask. Why did you activate my blood? My power is about to disappear. If I don't use it now, you will lose this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng finally understood. That's right, he had unsealed this drop of blood in order to break the restriction. Now that he was talking about it, he had actually forgotten about it. Thinking of this, Lu Feng had an awkward expression on his face. He pointed at the complex array pattern in front of him and said, Ancestor, I hope you can break this restriction so that I can truly possess this subsect. The illusory figure of the human king looked at the complex pattern quietly and nodded gently. Chapter 821. Yes, 2 words, very simple. The approach of the human king was even simpler. The next moment, he stretched out his arm and waved it gently. Just in an instant, it shattered. The restriction that Lu Feng had no way to deal with before was completely shattered. This was the gap between them. Now, before he shattered the forbidden mythical domain, even a drop of blood bearing the mark of the human king could not be compared to it. It was over. Everything was over so simply. The restriction that Lu Feng had no way to deal with before, in front of the shadow of the human king's blood, just a gentle wave was enough to destroy it. Looking at the formation in front of him that was completely defenseless, looking at those terrifying restrictions that had all disappeared because of the loss of power, Lu Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of excitement. He knew that from now on, this upper immortal subsect belonged to him. Turning around, after respectfully bowing to the human king's shadow, Lu Feng finally walked to the center of the formation pattern. Closing his eyes, he let his mind merge with the subsect at this moment. Lu Feng achieved a complete control of the entire subsect. Soon, Lu Feng opened his eyes. At this moment, he truly felt a sense of excitement that he had never felt before. Looking at the terrifying subsect under his feet, Lu Feng's heart trembled constantly. What a terrifying subsect! 9th grade artifact? Yes, I am afraid that its function and value are definitely far beyond that of a 9th grade artifact. Even those ordinary 10th grade Emperor Dao artifacts might not be able to compare to it at certain times. Powerful. It was really too powerful. The strength of this subsect was not only because of the many restrictions on it, but also because of its particularity. This upper immortal subsect can be turned into a battle fortress. In addition, it is composed of 9th grade divine objects. It can be said that it is more terrifying than anything else. If the restriction is fully opened, according to the above, it can even evolve into a domain. This was what shocked Lu Feng the most, because the existence of a domain was a kind of derivation of the world, and the world was something that only the virtual king could come into contact with. Although once he fully recovered, he would be able to become one of the most terrifying existences below the virtual king. He was only one of the most powerful existences below the virtual king. There is still a huge gap between him and the virtual king. After all, the existence of the virtual king was a horrifying existence that could summon and comprehend worlds. Now, relying only on the existence of this immortal subsect, if it could stimulate the endless power and bring out the domain, then the increase in Lu Feng's battle strength would be absolutely unimaginable. At this moment, Lu Feng was truly incomparably excited. Turning around, Lu Feng bowed respectfully as he looked at the gradually fading sovereign personage image. This time, if it wasn't for the help of the human monarch's projection, then he simply wouldn't have been able to reach this level. He simply wouldn't have succeeded. The existence of this immortal subsect had increased Lu Feng's battle strength a lot. Even if he hadn't entered the forbidden domain of battle strength, he was still strong enough. Therefore, this was really an unexpected gain. Moreover, from a human monarch's projection, Lu Feng also learned a lot of things. At least, he wouldn't be so worried anymore. Therefore, this etiquette was necessary. The human monarch's projection looked at Lu Feng and smiled faintly. Then, he slowly raised his arm. Let me help you one last time. My son, I hope you can break through very quickly. The future is a turbulent era. Only the most powerful existences can stabilize everything. My body has already entered the final realm. But this is not enough. It is far from enough. Therefore, I hope you can come as soon as possible and enter that realm as soon as possible. Let our Lu family's bloodline support the hope of the endless living beings in the future. An indescribable brilliance flashed in Lu Feng's eyes. He nodded fiercely. Ancestor, in the future, let our Lu family's name resound through the endless years and space. The human monarch's projection laughed loudly, filled with an indescribable sense of pride. A moment later, his figure suddenly dimmed. In the blink of an eye, he actually disappeared completely. Disappearing meant completely disappearing. However, the human monarch's projection had only disappeared. He hadn't been completely obliterated because he had already turned into an endless amount of power and crazily poured into the immortal subsect. In an instant, it was really just an instant. The core array that had previously disappeared appeared once again. This time, it was even more terrifying, powerful, and mysterious. It wasn't just the core array. Even the restrictions in the surroundings had been injected with an indescribable power, causing the restrictions in the array to continuously grow stronger. When he saw this scene, Lu Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of gratitude. He knew that this was the human monarch's last bit of power. He was helping him modify these restrictions so that he could have complete control over them and make them even more powerful. Finally, the modification was complete, and the power that the human monarch's projection had turned into completely disappeared. In the void, there was a peace of tranquility. The previous turbulence had all disappeared. Lu Feng quietly stood in the void and gently exhaled. In the next moment, he stretched out his arm and gently summoned. It was at this moment that the core formation array that had been refined by the humanoid monarch phantom in the void shook. In an instant, it seemed to have been completely summoned by Lu Feng. At that moment, the core array floated below Lu Feng's feet. It was as if Lu Feng and the array had already fused together, becoming one. He was the core array, and the core array was him. Feeling the feeling of having complete control over everything, Lu Feng closed his eyes slightly. At that moment, all the restrictions and arrays around him had become a part of his power. They had all become branches of his senses. This feeling of complete control was really good, really good. Exhaling deeply, Lu Feng's eyes glowed with a glimmer of brilliance. Here, when these three words appeared, a powerful restriction in the upper immortal sex branch was instantly annihilated and turned into ashes. This was the only array that hadn't been refined by the human monarch. Furthermore, its existence was not for defense or slaughter. The fundamental meaning of its existence was only to assist, to locate the target. The existence of this array was simply condensed by the existence of the upper immortal sect when it refined these branches. It was to prevent any accidents and could descend at any time. Now, Lu Feng had completely destroyed this array. This meant that Lu Feng had completely taken control of this forbidden array. Head to the Blue Star Mansion, Shuntian region, and the Great Han Empire below the Ocean State. Investigate what happened to the branch of my upper immortal sect. On top of the incomparably majestic mountain peak, a voice rang out. It seemed to resound throughout the entire world. As the voice disappeared, several entities that responded to it suddenly appeared in the void. They walked out of the endless void, entwined with countless truths and sacred relics. Their existence explained the meaning of eternal glory. These people were all almighty experts. In this second universe, they surpassed the sky immortal realm and were equivalent to the virtual king. They were golden immortals. Vast and mighty, boundless fluctuations appeared in the sky. The three golden immortals finally opened a crack in the void. In the next moment, they completely disappeared. Seeing the disappearance of those golden immortals, several young existences on top of the mountain revealed a strange expression. I don't know who has the guts to touch the things of our upper immortal sect in Qingyuan state. It seems like he's really tired of living. The young man who spoke had a wanton expression, like an arrogant disciple who didn't know anything. However, the surrounding existences understood that this was just a disguise of the young man. His strength and wisdom were far from being as superficial as they appeared. This appearance was just a disguise. This wasn't his true appearance at all. Hearing the arrogant young man's words, the surrounding existences who were similarly young but had different expressions lightly nodded. Indeed, in this Qingyuan state, our upper immortal sect is the only emperor-level sect and the strongest existence. Someone actually dares to challenge our existence. This is really inconceivable. Among the several disciples present, these two people's status was one of the highest. In the upper immortal sect, all ranks were incomparably strict. Before the core existences spoke, the others couldn't speak. If they spoke rashly, they couldn't blame anyone if they were killed. Among these people, only 3 of them were core disciples. If they didn't speak, the others didn't dare to speak casually. Finally, The arrogant disciple who had spoken first looked at the gorgeous man beside him, who had never changed his expression. Diwu, what do you think? Hearing the question, the young man called Diwu just smiled lightly. Actually, I don't care about this. What I really care about is that subsect. At the beginning, the elders of the sect put that subsect there, which made me puzzled enough. After all, this subsect is one of the top subsects in our upper immortal sect. It belongs to a prefecture and is just qualified to use it. I really don't understand. A small broken empire in a small realm, what qualifications does it have to be placed there? These words made everyone silent. They nodded their heads lightly, and their expressions were strange. Indeed, when the main sect made such a decision, there was already more than one elder who refuted it. But in the end, it seemed that the main sect's several supreme elders came forward and finally settled it. But now, it turned out that there was a problem with the subsect, which made many people puzzled. In the Qingyuan state, even the most basic subsect has never suffered any losses. But that subsect was only placed there for less than 30 years, and it was touched by someone. Is there really nothing wrong with it? In an instant, everyone lowered their heads. They were touched by Diwu's words, and there was a look of contemplation on their faces, feeling the familiar feeling coming from his body. Lu Feng gently smiled. The next moment, he slightly waved his arm and made a complicated hand seal. When all of this was completed, the incomparably huge upper immortal sect on the top of the mountain suddenly rose from the ground and floated in the void out of thin air. Undoubtedly, this was an extremely shocking appearance. There had never been any sect that could float in the void or even move, but this upper immortal sect's subsect could. This upper immortal sect is indeed one of the emperor-level sections. It's really terrifying and powerful. To be able to use such a large amount of money to refine a subsect into a tool, this has never happened in the original universe. Not only had it never happened, but it had also never been heard of. But in this place, it really did exist. It really did exist. I think, after the Ancestor's Phantom transformed this upper immortal sect subsect, although it is not a 10th grade Emperor Dao tool, in terms of power, it should not be too far away. Listening to the tone of those people, it seems that this subsect is also incomparably powerful. It should be one of the top subsects. However, thinking about it, it was reasonable for a subsect to condense such a weapon which was comparable to a 10th grade king level weapon. Not to mention the restrictions on it, just the materials of the body itself would require a shocking number of divine objects. If such a subsect can be easily refined, then the upper immortal sect is really too terrifying. After a chuckle, Lu Feng completely made the hand seal. The moment it was completed, an incomparably huge crack appeared in the void. The next moment, the upper immortal sect's subsect was attracted by the crack and slowly sank into it. Lu Feng smiled as he watched everything unfold before his eyes. This was because all of these developments were within his expectations. As such a top tool, it should have an exclusive space. But the exclusive space of this upper immortal sect's subsect is really terrifying and powerful. When he saw that this quasi-Emperor Dao tool that belonged to him had completely disappeared, Lu Feng also tore the void and completely disappeared between heaven and earth. Chapter 822. Not long after Lu Feng left, a terrifying void crack appeared in the sky. From this crack, 3 existences slowly walked out. They were all quiet figures with indifferent postures, but their existence was not really indifferent, because around them, countless wills were entwined, smelted countless divine light, filled with an indescribable aura. These 3 people were the 3 golden immortals of the upper immortal sects. They came here for Lu Feng. Looking at the bare mountain peak, the 3 of them had ugly expressions on their faces. It has actually completely disappeared. I can't even feel the slightest bit of aura. It seems that the person who did this is definitely a powerful and terrifying expert. It's very likely that it's the existence of a golden immortal. Golden immortal That's the existence of a fifth-layer golden immortal. That's the existence of the peerless virtual king realm. The level of this subsect is extremely high. Even if it's an existence like us, it will take a lot of time to break the restriction. Furthermore, this is only possible if you know everything about it. If we add the time to find it, I'm afraid there's no way to do it in a short time. But someone can actually break everything in such a short time. This person's strength is really terrifying. Several people were silent, completely silent. Naturally, they knew how terrifying the strength needed to achieve such a feat was. Anyway, we're already here. You also know the rules of the upper immortal sections. If we don't get any information, don't think that we're all elders. We'll still be punished. Thinking of the rules of the upper immortal sects, several people's faces constantly changed. They are all elders of the upper immortal sects, the real peak existence of the upper immortal sections. But the rules of the upper immortal sects are too terrifying. Unless they become the real leader of the upper immortal sects, that is, those supreme elders, otherwise they will be under the control of the upper immortal sections. And the punishment of the upper immortal sects for these people can no longer be described as terrifying. Even if they're golden immortals, when they think of the punishment, they shudder. Hearing the words of the golden immortal, the other two golden immortals gently nodded. Use space-time tracking. Let's see if we can gather any useful information here. At the next moment, the three of them unleashed their shocking abilities, twisting the space and trying to find some useful clues here. However, after a long time, even after they had exerted the maximum amount of power, they still couldn't find any traces. There was still no trace. At this moment, an indescribably distorted expression appeared on the faces of these few people. How is this possible? How is this possible? Even with our presence, we can't even find a trace of it. We can't even find a trace of it. How is that possible? This shouldn't be the case. The existence of a golden immortal could distort space and time. Although they could not reverse time, they could still vaguely capture some fragments of what had just happened. However, when the three of them worked together and used their most powerful power, they couldn't even find a slightest trace of it. Such a scene was truly unbelievable to them. They simply didn't dare to believe it. Could it be that the person who sees this subsect is Immortal King? Thinking of this possibility, these people all sucked in a deep breath of cold air. The existence of an Immortal King, looking at the entire era, was an incomparably terrifying supreme overlord. They were the kings of the immortals, the core of a sect, and supreme expert. At most, there is only one immortal king in charge of a king-level force. And at the peak of an emperor-level force, there will be a flowing time, immortal venerable guarding it. Generally, there are only a few immortal kings. In our sect, except for the sect master, no one else has reached the flowing time, immortal venerable realm. It can be said that in the entire Qing Yuan prefecture, there is only one flowing time, immortal venerable on the surface, our sect master. And the number of immortal kings is no more than 10. But here, there is one. Could it be that there is a powerful force that wants to deal with our sect? The existence of an immortal king is generally a secret cultivator. Their existence is incomparably noble. Although this subsect is indeed worthy of attention, it is impossible to attract an immortal king-level expert to take action and directly seize this place. If they need, then as long as they join the sect, they can easily get such a subsect. However, he didn't do so. Instead, he took the risk of offending the immortal sect and forcibly occupied this subsect. Then, this is enough to explain some problems. After a moment of silence, the strongest gold immortal among them finally spoke up. This matter has involved the existence of an immortal king. This is not something we can investigate. Forget about this matter and immediately return to the sect to report to the sect master. If there is really a powerful force that wants to attack our sect, we can also make some preparations in advance. The other two nodded their heads lightly. The next moment, their figures began to blur and finally completely faded. They have completely returned. One could imagine how great of an uproar it would cause when these people returned and told the core existences of the immortal sects about this matter. And the reality was indeed so. After all, this matter was related to immortal kings. In the entire immortal sects, there were only a few immortal kings, so they had to be careful. Unfortunately, the main culprit, Lu Feng, had completely escaped this disaster with the help of the human monarch Shadow. If he had relied on his own ability to shatter the taboo, or relied on his comprehension to break the core restriction, then when the few golden immortals arrived just now, they would have been able to see everything through the distortion of time and space. And if that is the case, the current Lu Feng in this Qing Yuan prefecture will not be able to escape the pursuit of the sect. It can be said that this time, he is very lucky. And this also confirms one point. That is, in this second universe, his matter of heaven's jealousy will not happen at all, tearing the void. He directly descended to the place where he and Lin Yu had agreed before. With one step, Lu Feng has already walked out. This place is tens of millions of miles away from the top of the mountain, where the sect is located. That is, now that he has recovered such a powerful divine ability, he would not be able to instantly tear such a crack in the void and connect such a long distance. But in the past, he simply could not do it. With a gentle step, he walked out of the void. At this moment, Lu Feng still has a face full of smiles. And Lin Yu has been quietly waiting here all along. Seeing Lu Feng's expression, he knows that Lu Feng has succeeded. He also has a smile on his face. Lu Feng, did you succeed? Lin Yu said in an affirmative tone, and Lu Feng also heard it. He looked at Lin Yu and nodded gently. Yes, I succeeded, although he has already guessed the result. At this moment, when he heard Lu Feng's affirmative answer, Lin Yu is still filled with a kind of slight excitement. Such a huge sect of the upper immortal sect, this is a huge amount of wealth. Lu Feng, this time you could be considered to have made a fortune. Lu Feng did not hide the smile on his face, because this time he really did make a big profit. Lin Yu, by the way, let me have a look at your metal piece of paper. Now is the time. Hearing this, Lin Yu is slightly stunned at first, and then a strange kind of complicated expression appeared on his face. Silence, endless silence. He does not know why, but at this moment, when Lu Feng said that he would help him unravel the secret on it, Lin Yu is suddenly filled with a kind of indescribable feeling. This is a kind of trembling of the soul, an indescribable kind of emotion at this moment. He took a deep breath and quietly looked at Lu Feng. For a long time, he didn't make any movements, and Lu Feng also did not urge him to do anything. He just quietly looked at Lin Yu, and also quietly looked at him. Although Lu Feng can't feel Lin Yu's feelings, this kind of feeling in the heart, this kind of feeling of hesitation in Lin Yu's heart. Therefore, he did not say or do anything. He just watched and waited for Lin Yu to make his own decision. Finally, as if he had made up his mind, Lin Yu looked at Lu Feng and slowly took out the thin metal piece from his clothes. Looking at the metal piece in his hand, Lin Yu's face is now filled with complicated colors. He quietly looked at the thin metal piece in his hand, his arm slightly trembling. It seems that the weight of this metal piece is so terrible that even a senior warrior like him can't drag it. Then, after a long time, Lu Feng saw Lin Yu exhale a long breath, then directly threw the metal piece in his hand in his direction. During this time, Lin Yu did not say a word, but Lu Feng understood that he must have made countless struggles in his heart. Looking at the metal piece flying towards him, Lu Feng stretched out his arm and directly caught it in his palm. Holding it in his hand, this is the first time Lu Feng really looked at it carefully. Previously, when Lin Yu gave it to him, Lu Feng did not take it because at that time, he was about to fight with the disciples of the immortal sect. Now, this is the first time he really looked at it. The metal piece is very thin. It can't even be described as thin. This kind of thing is a bit thinner than a piece of paper. Logically speaking, such a thin thing should be very easy to damage. However, it gave Lu Feng the feeling that it is incomparably hard, unless he uses a very strong power, otherwise it will not be damaged at all. Obviously, Lu Feng was very shocked by this scene. What kind of strength does he have? What kind of realm is he in now? How terrifying is his power of power? Even a battle platform made of a grade 9 divine object had been completely pulverized by him before he had even reached this level, let alone a piece of metal. Now, Lu Feng can completely shatter a 7th grade divine object into nothingness with just a casual strike. When he goes all out, even an 8th grade divine object is no match for his physical body. But now, this thin piece of metal actually gave him such a terrifying feeling. It even gave him a feeling that he can't damage it. This is undoubtedly very shocking. Seeing Lu Feng holding the metal piece in silence, Lin Yu is also full of doubts. What's wrong, Lu Feng? Could it be that even you can't unlock the restriction on it and see the information inside? Chapter 823. Lin Yu had witnessed Lu Feng's heaven-defying prowess with his own eyes. One must know that Lu Feng was an emperor, the most powerful emperor among the 5 ultimate kings. Unlike ordinary people, Lin Yu truly understood the meaning of being an emperor. Naturally, he understood the meaning of being an emperor. Although Lu Feng's current strength wasn't great, he represented a miracle, a miracle. In this world, there shouldn't be anything that could stump him. Therefore, when he saw the complicated expression on Lu Feng's face, Lin Yu couldn't help but speak up. After hearing Lin Yu's words, Lu Feng was silent for a moment. Then, he slowly said, "I can't be sure. This piece of metal is too mysterious. I'm afraid it's not inferior to any 9th grade divine item." Hearing this, Lin Yu took a deep breath. A 9th grade divine item. Even in the second universe, where divine items were everywhere, a 9th grade divine item was considered the most terrifying. Such an item was one of the materials used to refine a pinnacle immortal item or even a divine item. Even in those king-level sects, a 9th grade divine item was considered one of the most important items. However, at this moment, Lu Feng said that the metal piece he carried with him wasn't inferior to any 9th grade divine item. It wasn't inferior to any divine item. The significance of this was too great, too great. When he thought of this, an indescribable color appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. Lu Feng looked at him and sighed softly. "I think you've also guessed it. Your identity is really incomparably noble. I'm afraid the existence behind you isn't inferior to any Emperor-level faction." Emperor-level faction. Only an Emperor-level faction would have such a terrifying ability to take out something comparable to a 9th grade divine item and make it into something like this. Lin Yu was silent. In the end, there was no other expression on his face. After a moment of silence, he slowly nodded his head. "Then, take a look at it now. I don't really care about the faction behind me. What I care about is them." Lu Feng could tell that Lin Yu was sincere when he said these words. Perhaps he really didn't care about the powers and interests behind him. Nodding slightly, Lu Feng finally focused all his attention on the metal sheet in front of him. Gradually, a powerful force overflowed from his soul and began to surge. This was the primitive immortal power, the most powerful of all the powers that Lu Feng possessed. Lin Yu's eyes flashed with excitement when he sensed the terrifying power around Lu Feng. He could sense that the power Lu Feng was using was the essence of origin. Moreover, this essence of origin was probably an unprecedentedly terrifying essence of origin. Even though he didn't know anything, he could clearly sense such power. Lin Yu took a deep breath. At this moment, his eyes were filled with excitement, because he saw it. The moment Lu Feng's primitive immortal force entered the metal piece, a shocking phenomenon appeared in the void. Lu Feng looked at the metal piece in front of him, which had undergone a shocking change. A strange look appeared in his eyes. In truth, he hadn't done anything. All he'd done was immerse his primitive immortal force into the metal piece. All the strange phenomena had appeared in an instant. In an instant, the terrifying phenomena began to evolve. Hazy runes appeared, and an indescribable sense of oppression appeared. A valiant majesty crushed everything. An indescribable feeling rose in Lu Feng's heart. He really hadn't expected the metal piece to undergo such a shocking transformation and possess such a shocking power. He was able to sense that the amount of this power was absolutely shocking. It wasn't any weaker than the combined power of a virtual king. Without a doubt, this was a horrifying scene. Lu Feng took a deep breath. The peak of power was fully activated, and he once again entered the peak of the monarch domain. At this moment, Lu Feng even thought of dragging out the immortal sect branch he'd just obtained and relying on it to resist this shocking majesty. However, this thought only flashed through his mind for a moment before disappearing. Lu Feng knew that now wasn't the time. Although he was already tens of millions of miles away, if the immortal sect wanted to, they would still be able to sense it. This time, it wasn't a matter of life and death, so it wasn't necessary. Therefore, after Lu Feng activated his power to the maximum, he didn't interfere anymore. Lu Feng quietly looked at the surging power. All he did was to quietly watch. The entire metal piece was completely shattered and turned into a power that filled the sky. It began to fluctuate in the void. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng sighed softly. He had completely seen through it. Lu Feng lowered his head and looked at the bewildered Lin Yu. In his heart, he thought of his parents. Lu Feng knew that this metal piece itself should belong to a precious ninth-grade divine object. As for the frightening power contained within it, it should be his parents' power. This kind of power was completely a kind of source, and Lin Yu, as the child of the two, could even directly absorb it. It could be said that the existence of the metal piece was to carry enough power to help Lin Yu soar into the sky. Parents in the world are pitiful. It was really the pitiful parents in the world. Although he didn't know why they abandoned Lin Yu, their love for Lin Yu couldn't be denied. In the void, the terrifying power gradually took shape. In the next moment, it transformed into countless shapes, constantly combining and drifting, and even constantly passing by Lu Feng. Lu Feng didn't move because he could feel the purity of this power. It didn't seem to be a power of killing, but a power of inheritance. This kind of power couldn't harm Lu Feng at all. If Lu Feng wanted to, as long as he captured these forces, he would be able to obtain this endless power. However, Lu Feng wouldn't do that. First of all, he wasn't such a person. Back in the original universe, if he needed, he could obtain endless power from the various ancestors. Moreover, in Lu Feng's space, there was an even more terrifying power, which belonged to the most terrifying power of the king's sacrifice. None of those powers were inferior to the power in front of him. If he didn't care about those powers, then Lu Feng wouldn't care about the power in front of him at all. Moreover, the most important thing was Lu Feng himself. His cultivation method wasn't something these people could imagine. Just absorbing power wouldn't allow him to improve quickly. Therefore, Lu Feng didn't feel any greed for this power. The powerful power kept hovering in the void. After circling around Lu Feng once, it seemed to be looking for something. It kept hovering in the void. At that moment, Lu Feng seemed to have thought of something. He looked down at Lin Yu. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Feng's voice rang out. Lin Yu, there's an opportunity in front of you now. This is an opportunity for you to transform. If you succeed, you may soar to the sky and become a truly heaven-defying figure. If you fail, your soul will return to the underworld and disappear completely. Everything depends on you. I don't know if you are willing to make a bet. When Lin Yu saw the power in the void, he vaguely understood something. However, when he saw that power hovering around Lu Feng, Lin Yu didn't say anything. After awakening so much knowledge and experience in his mind, he could naturally tell what the source of the power in the void was. Lin Yu understood that this power was extremely tempting to any expert. He believed that even a truly terrifying existence that had surpassed the celestial immortal realm would definitely be tempted if they saw it. The reason for that was because that power was simply too terrifying. When he saw the power coiling around Lu Feng's body, Lin Yu also had a trace of doubt in that instant, a trace of wavering. However, this thought disappeared in an instant. It completely disappeared. He believed that Lu Feng wasn't such a person. The 5 ultimate kings, He had vaguely heard this name before. In his memory, there weren't many legends about the 5 ultimate kings. However, in this vague memory, he knew how terrifying the ultimate kings were and how unparalleled they were. Even the overlords of the entire era couldn't move such an existence. How could he put down his dignity and seize the power in the metal sheet? Sure enough, not long after that power hovered around, Lu Feng's voice was heard. Lin Yu wasn't an idiot. He naturally understood the meaning behind Lu Feng's words. He wanted him to try to absorb this power. If he could really absorb it all, his power would be really terrifying. It would be extremely terrifying. There was an extremely complicated look in his eyes. Lin Yu had initially thought that the metal sheet contained the secret of his origin. However, it wasn't until now that he realized that there was power in it. It was power that could transform him. Other than power, there was nothing else in it. Although he was a little disappointed, Lin Yu was still very happy to be able to obtain this power and transform himself. After all, it would be easier to find out about his origin in the future if he became stronger. Looking at Lu Feng, Lin Yu's eyes were filled with determination. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng didn't say much. He nodded gently, waved his arm, and lifted Lin Yu up from the void. This was Lin Yu's second time flying. This time, because he had something on his mind, Lin Yu forgot all the discomfort brought about by flying. In an instant, he came to Lu Feng's side. At this moment, it seemed to have sensed Lin Yu's existence. That enormous power actually underwent a drastic change. That was a rolling, endless rolling, turning into a monstrous wave. Seeing this scene, Lu Feng's eyes were filled with caution. The extent of this power was comparable to any virtual king. If he had really recovered to his peak, he wouldn't be afraid of this power, even if he didn't use any extreme power or break the forbidden power mythical domain. However, he couldn't do that now because he was still far from his peak. Gradually, Lu Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. He looked at Lin Yu beside him and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Lin Yu, you should have thought it through. This power should be left to you by your parents." "That's true. However, I don't think they want you to use it so early. That's why they sealed it. They were afraid that the power in it would be too strong and cause your body to collapse. Now, because of me, it has been opened in advance. However, you have to be careful and understand that if you use it now, it may cause irreversible consequences." Chapter 824. Lin Yu was naturally clear about the irreversible consequences. That was death, true death. Lu Feng now had a complete understanding of the existence of this metal piece. It was probably the same as the bloodline shackles in the original universe. It was used to protect the recipient. However, at this moment, he no longer felt any fear. Lin Yu had sacrificed so many times that he didn't care about anything else. "Lu Feng, I understand your kindness and I appreciate it. But you should know that I've already sacrificed too many times. I'm afraid I don't have much lifespan left. If I still can't break through, then I will definitely die." Lu Feng looked at Lin Yu with a strange look in his eyes. He didn't expect Lin Yu to know all this and understand that he didn't have much time left because of the sacrifices. But looking at Lin Yun, who was ready to stake everything, Lu Feng decided to tell him everything. "Lin Yu, you're wrong. Of course, there's nothing wrong with your own analysis. However, you're still too pessimistic. You've sacrificed so many times. That's right. I can feel that because you've sacrificed so much, you don't have much essence, energy, and spirit left. It's basically impossible for you to break through." Lin Yu was silent and nodded gently. He knew that Lu Feng was right because he knew his own body best. He could feel that although he was only one step away from breaking through, it was almost impossible for him to break through. This was the reality. Seeing Lin Yu's silent expression, Lu Feng continued to chuckle. He waved his arm slightly. "However, this is how you used to be. With me around, even if you can't break through, you don't have to worry. Because other than being a virtual immortal, I'm also an alchemist. An alchemist who can refine grade 6 pills. Back then, Lu Feng could already refine grade 5 pills. As his realm and strength increased, his alchemy skills also improved along with his psychic skills. Now, peak tier 6 high-rank medicinal pills were no longer too difficult for Lu Feng. Hearing that Lu Feng was actually an alchemist, an indescribable color appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. His shock was truly a little too terrifying. In the second universe, although the number of alchemists was much higher than in the original universe, similarly, the speed at which people used up elixirs was much higher than in the original universe. Hence, here, the status of alchemists was comparable to that of the primal universe. In fact, it was even higher, and Lu Feng was actually an alchemist, which made Lin Yu feel shocked. Looking at Lin Yu, Lu Feng continued, "If you are willing, I can help you refine pills to replenish your lifespan at any time, allowing you to return to your peak state. So, the thing that you're worried about won't exist and won't happen." Hearing this, Lin Yu fell silent. Now that he suddenly heard that he didn't have to die, he was pleasantly surprised. However, after thinking about it for a long time, Lin Yu shook his head gently. Then, he shook his head hard. "Lu Feng, thank you. But I have really made up my mind." In his eyes, there was a power that had already reached its limit in the void space. Lin Yu could clearly feel the calling of the origin within this power. He knew that this power was left to him by his parents. It was the foundation that made him strong. Hence, Lin Yu couldn't retreat at all. This was his only chance. He really couldn't let it go. There was no way he could let it go. Looking at the unusually determined Lin Yu, Lu Feng's eyes were filled with admiration. He really admired an existence like Lin Yu, because he was such a stubborn person. "If that's the case, then I hope you can succeed." Lu Feng took a few steps back and waved Lin Yu directly, sending him into the endless world of tumbling power. This was all that Lu Feng could do. He really didn't have any other ideas. Lin Yu's body was finally completely submerged in the endless tumbling power. At this moment, there were continuous howls between heaven and earth. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. It was as if time and space were trembling. Countless terrifying visions kept appearing. Countless ferocious powers seemed to want to tear the world apart. Lu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. What a powerful power. Although it can't be said to be able to destroy the heavens, the existence of this power is really powerful. It seems that the power behind Lin Yu is quite terrifying. I hope he can succeed this time. I hope he can succeed. Lu Feng was speechless. He had no other ideas now. It was impossible to help Lin Yu even if he wanted to. This was because he didn't have the strength to do so now. Unless he completely recovered, shattered the forbidden domain, and entered the forbidden domain of the mythological combat power, otherwise he would only be able to resist this power at his peak, but he wouldn't be able to control it. In the midst of this endless power, Lin Yu's body underwent a heaven-defying change. Lu Feng could feel that Lin Yu seemed to have entered an extreme metamorphosis. His strength had undergone a fundamental change. His body seemed to be constantly dismembered and reassembled. Every change was a baptism of the inner essence. It was a process of a powerful metamorphosis. Naturally, this pain was extreme and indescribable. Even Lu Feng was filled with fear when he felt this power. If you can withstand it, then you, Lin Yu, will become a leading figure of an era. Lu Feng was right. If Lin Yu could withstand it, then he would definitely become a leading figure of an era. Lu Feng could feel that the existence of this power was really similar to the bloodlines of the descendants of gods in the original universe. Once the shackles were broken and awakened, then the degree of power would be shocking. It would be a truly heaven-defying metamorphosis. It would be a double metamorphosis of the soul and the body. Lin Yu's aptitude would be incomparably terrifying. He could definitely become a demon, but to what extent, Lu Feng could not guess at the moment. After going through so many hardships, your willpower has been forged to the pinnacle. With such a shocking aptitude and a powerful accumulation of power, you have saved a lot of time. It can be said that you have all the necessary conditions to become a great being. Lin Yu, as long as you can withstand it, then in the future, among the great beings of the second universe, there will be only you and only Lin Yu. Lu Feng's heart was also slowly trembling. He looked at Lin Yu, and his eyes were filled with an indescribable brilliance. Lin Yu, who was in the midst of this endless power, was gradually going crazy. He had started to go completely crazy. He had gone completely crazy. This kind of pain, even if Lu Feng were to bear it, would have a great impact on him. For an existence like Lin Yu, who had never experienced anything, such pain was simply indescribable. Therefore, at the moment, Lin Yu was really in incomparable pain. Looking at the crazed look on his face, Lu Feng let out a sigh of relief. He knew that this was necessary to become a strong person. It was something he had to go through. Without these hardships, even if Lin Yu had the most heaven-defying aptitude, he would never have been able to take the first step to become a true powerhouse. Therefore, even if Lu Feng had sufficient means, he would not help Lin Yu at the moment. After all, helping him now would be harming him. From the looks of it, the existence of these powers really did appear for Lin Yu. The infusion of countless powers has caused Lin Yu to undergo an earth-shaking transformation. The existence of this power, which was comparable to the virtual king, did not completely disappear. Instead, it transformed into the only power that started to transform Lin Yu's body and condense his soul. Lu Feng could sense that this power was not just a type of power. It seemed to carry some sort of inheritance. When these powers appeared and poured into Lin Yu's body, the mysterious feeling also entered Lin Yu's soul. Lu Feng took a slight breath. At this moment, there was an indescribable color in his eyes. He was really shocked. Such a method of inheritance is really terrifying. What kind of powerful existence is behind Lin Yu? How could they do this? How could they pass on knowledge and comprehension, and even the essence of battle in such a way? Heaven-defying, this is completely a method that defies the heavens. Such a technique had never been seen before in the original universe. Even in the past, when there was still a human king and a human race, such a technique had never appeared before. Lu Feng understood that this was the horror of the original immortal devil age. Perhaps only the space left behind by the original immortal devil age could be so powerful and possess such incredible inherent skills. In front of him, nearly half of the innumerable powers had disappeared. However, at the moment, Lin Yu was still in the realm of a pinnacle advanced warrior. This was nearly half of the power of a virtual king. How terrifying was that? It was equivalent to the accumulation of power of hundreds or thousands of ordinary advanced heavenly gods. However, even with so much power, there was still no change in Lin Yu's realm. This was indeed a bit sensational. However, Lu Feng was not worried about this. He knew that the existence of these powers, which were nearly half of the powers that had disappeared, was not used to help Lin Yu break through it all. The fundamental meaning of their existence was to transform Lin Yu's body and soul. Now, Lu Feng could clearly feel that Lin Yu's power was really terrifying. Now, Lin Yu's aptitude was already heaven-defying. He was at least the Emperor of Slaughter. Lu Feng even felt that this was not the end. Lin Yu was still slowly transforming. Actually, Lin Yu's aptitude has always been like this. Previously, he had no talent at all, and he was just like those bloodline sealers in the original universe. They all had amazing aptitudes, but for some reason, they were never able to display them. Now, when those powers are pouring in and transforming his body, they're also awakening the terrifying process of his original body. He has already unlocked the existence of the seal and has begun to transform. He is about to open up the path of heaven-defying. Lin Yu's transformation process was so similar to Lu Feng's. However, the difference was that Lu Feng's power had been activated. His heaven-defying path had been activated through Tong Tian Futu. His bloodline had only been awakened after his heaven-defying path had been activated. Lin Yu, on the other hand, had relied entirely on the activation of his bloodline to achieve this. Lu Feng could feel it clearly. Now, The transformation of those powers had finally washed and reorganized Lin Yu's aptitude completely, turning him into an existence of the King of Slaughter. He is actually at the level of the King of Slaughter. After Lin Yu's transformation, he is actually a monster at the Emperor level. Chapter 825. The King of Massacre was a 6th-tier beginner in the King Path domain. He was a being who could challenge those 6 levels above him. Obviously, in the original universe, 6th-tier beings were known as Emperor-level freaks. Ordinary, monstrous existences were able to challenge people who were 4 levels above them. Such existences were known as Level 4 disciples. However, everything changed with the King of Massacre. Here, the King of Massacre was a king-level disciple, and the King of Massacre was an emperor-level disciple. In the original universe, it was obvious that the status of emperors was much higher than that of kings. As for the Supreme King, it should be the disciple of the emperor level. Lu Feng didn't expect that Lin Yu would soar to the sky and become an emperor-level disciple after releasing his own aptitude through the transformation. This would definitely shock the entire world. However, it was not over yet. Everything was far from over, because just like this, Lin Yu would fall far behind the others. The existence of this power was to allow Lin Yu to soar to the sky. How could he simply disappear like this? Therefore, the next moment, the remaining power did not continue to hover in the void space. Finally, all of it entered Lin Yu's body. Transformation. This was transformation. This was the craziest transformation. Lin Yu's face had long been distorted to the extreme. His whole body was trembling violently at the highest frequency. Lin Yu was in indescribable pain. Some people said that once the pain reached a certain level, one would faint. This was the self-protection consciousness of the soul. However, that was equivalent to those who were not considered to be in the most pain. The pain that Lin Yu was enduring was not something that could be described with words. Even if he wanted to faint, he could not do it. This pain was simply too extreme. He persisted. He persisted, because at this moment, Lin Yu had already felt it. He had already felt his transformation, that terrifying and extreme transformation. Lin Yu knew that as long as he persisted just a little longer, then he would succeed. He would be able to enter a more powerful domain and become a true great being. Therefore, he was still persisting. The transformation is actually so thorough. Now, his realm has already reached the level of a true god, which is to say, an immortal. So, the power of the immortal sealed in his body is used like this. Lu Feng finally knew the purpose of the seal's power. In the beginning, Lu Feng only thought that the immortal's power was used to protect Lin Yu. However, when he saw the power within the seal that was comparable to the power of the virtual king, Lu Feng felt a little confused, because he knew that such power was wrong, completely wrong. The power of an immortal was indeed powerful, but compared to the power of Lin Yu's metal piece, the power of an immortal was nothing. Therefore, Lu Feng was certain that the immortal's power had other uses. And now, Lu Feng had finally seen it and understood it clearly. It turned out that the power of an immortal actually had such an effect. He was actually the true power of Lin Yu after the transformation. The force behind Lin Yu is truly terrifying. It's incomparably heaven-defying. They've practically created an immortal emperor-class disciple in the blink of an eye. Their means are heaven-defying, even heaven-defying. Many powers in the original universe were able to cultivate a king of killers, but to create a God-spirit-level king of killers in such a short period of time, it was really too difficult. Even those pinnacle Overlord clans were unable to do such a thing. Just as Lu Feng was calculating, Lin Yu's transformation finally entered the final stage. His realm was completely raised to the level of an immortal by the countless powers, and his comprehension, after being transformed, also reached the level of an immortal. In addition, his power was already at the level of an immortal, so the current Lin Yu was completely a real immortal. Gradually, the last trace of power disappeared and completely rushed into Lin Yu's body. It was this last trace of power that completely shattered the last shackle in Lin Yu's body. Finally, Lin Yu's immortal power was completely released. In an instant, Lin Yu was suspended in midair. In the past, he needed Lu Feng's help to float, but this time he relied entirely on his own power to float. He floated quietly in midair, and a long time passed. Finally, Lin Yu opened his eyes. At this moment, Lu Feng could feel the turbulence of heaven and earth in time and space, and the ferocity of the era. In the void space, there were countless shocking anomalies. Almost within a radius of 10 million miles, one could clearly see and feel these extremely luxurious and magnificent anomalies. Lu Feng felt that the surrounding space was filled with all kinds of astonishing anomalies, and his eyes were filled with an indescribable brilliance. I didn't expect that there would be such a tribute in the second universe. This tribute is even more exaggerated and more obvious in the original universe, when a heaven-defying genius or demon became a demigod. No matter what level of demigod they were, it would be accompanied by the birth of a shocking anomaly. And the more powerful the demon, the more obvious the anomaly that accompanied the breakthrough. Obviously, the anomaly of Lin Yu's breakthrough this time was that of becoming a god. Such an anomaly was the most terrifying in itself. In addition, Lin Yu was already the king of slaughter, so the anomaly that was born at this moment was really shocking and terrifying. After a long time, the anomaly that filled the sky finally gradually disappeared, and at this time, Lin Yu's hollow eyes finally regained a trace of vigor. Gradually, there was a feeling of spirituality in his eyes. In an instant, he finally focused his gaze on Lu Feng. The two of them looked at each other, speechless and completely silent. After a long time, they actually burst out laughing at the same time, laughing wildly. Previously, Lin Yu had been suppressed endlessly in front of Lu Feng. Although Lu Feng didn't deliberately do anything, there was no way to get rid of this kind of suppression by the side of such an incomparably powerful and terrifying demon. But now it was different, completely different. Although Lin Yu still couldn't be compared to Lu Feng, he was already a demon. However, he had already become a monstrous genius. He was a true emperor-level disciple. Furthermore, he was an emperor-level disciple who had become an immortal-level emperor-level disciple. It could be said that his identity was already incomparably noble in the entire second universe. He could already let go of everything that had happened in the past, truly face Lu Feng, and truly talk to Lu Feng. Obviously, Lu Feng also understood this point. In this world, he was lonely. Having a friend like Lin Yu made Lu Fenglai very happy. Lu Feng, Lin Yu, two voices constantly reverberated between heaven and earth, constantly resounding in the sky. Power fluctuated, causing the void to constantly shake. In the next few days, Lin Yu and Lu Feng didn't leave. This was because Lin Yu had just completed the fusion and was in a state of fusion. According to Lin Yu, although the metal piece didn't have a clear record of anything, many things about him were carried in the power released by the metal piece. It could be said that the power that had just fused into his body, in addition to the comprehension and skills, also contained the inheritance of countless memories. However, he had just completed his transformation, and now his memories were modeled, so he couldn't know his background at all. In order to know everything as soon as possible, Lin Yu didn't choose to leave. What he chose was to sit quietly and fuse with everything. As for Lu Feng, he had originally planned to find a way back as soon as possible. However, after hearing what the Human King Phantom said, he knew that it was completely impossible for him to go back in a short period of time. And because of the Human King's words, Lu Feng also knew that his friends, the people he protected, and the family, friends, and loved ones he insisted on protecting shouldn't be too dangerous. Therefore, Lu Feng also stayed here with peace of mind. He wanted to break through as soon as possible and become a true pinnacle great being. Only then could he return to the original universe as soon as possible. Seeing that Lin Yu was slowly fusing with everything, Lu Feng finally sat down slowly. He began to feel everything that he had previously, and he began to feel this shocking transformation of his. Time passed very quickly. The two of them sat in this barren mountain for 10 days. During these 10 days, Lin Yu and Lu Feng didn't move at all. Originally, if it were other ordinary people here, they wouldn't even be able to walk out safely, let alone stay still for 10 days. After all, there were simply too many ferocious beasts and strange beasts here. Any one of them was comparable to a terrifying being at the 3rd level of Exuvia. However, the two of them sat here for 10 whole days, and no ferocious beasts or strange beasts came to disturb them. Their surroundings were incomparably quiet. Of course, the reason for all this was Lin Yu. During the process of fusion, he constantly released shocking power. This power belonged to the immortal level, and when it was activated by his power as the King of Massacre, it could be said that the power that appeared was comparable to that of a high-level true immortal. The power of a true immortal, that was the power of an immortal. Obviously, the wild beasts here weren't idiots. After they sensed the terrifying majesty, they all wisely chose to hide. Finally, when the 10th day came, Lin Yu woke up. Lu Feng could feel the fluctuations of Lin Yu's awakening, so he also woke up from his deep thoughts in the next moment. Looking at the silent Lin Yu, Lu Feng knew that he must be feeling very complicated right now. Lu Feng understood that the moment Lin Yu woke up was probably the moment Lin Yu found out about his identity. Obviously, he had woken up and even had such a complicated expression on his face. This proved that Lin Yu already knew his identity. Lu Feng didn't say anything. He just quietly watched and waited. He wasn't the kind of person who had to know everything. This matter was related to Lin Yu's identity. If Lin Yu didn't want to talk about it, then Lu Feng wouldn't force him to. The atmosphere became endless silent. Time continued to pass slowly like this. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.